ये तो प्रशासन का काम है। लेकिन हाँ, मैं इतना कहूँगा कि अगर हम कहीं गलत हैं और कार्रवाई करना चाहें तो हमें कोई विरोध नहीं है, कार्रवाई करें।
अंकिता भंडारी की बॉडी मिल गई है, अभी पोस्टमार्टम के लिए एम्स भेजा गया है, लेकिन इसमें जो तथ्य सामने आ रहे हैं उसमें एक तथ्य ये बताया जा रहा है कि उसको प्रोस्टिट्यूशन के लिए फोर्स किया गया और उसके बाद जब उसने विद्रोह किया तो उसको गंगा जी में फेंक दिया गया। इसको किस तरीके से आप एक्सप्लेन करते हैं?
नहीं, ये जो आप बात कह रहे हैं, ये जो चैट वायरल हुई है, ये हमारे भी संज्ञान में है और हमारे भी विवेचना का पार्ट है ये। और विवेचना में जैसे ही आगे हम बढ़ेंगे, नेचुरल सी बात है, अभी तो प्राइमरी उस पर हमने उनको अरेस्ट किया है और उसका रिमांड लिया है, तो अब जब विवेचना आगे बढ़ेगी तो इस एंगल को हम जरूर उसमें शामिल करेंगे।
तो इसमें और क्या तथ्य अभी सामने निकल के आ रहे हैं? जैसे जो 3 अभियुक्त हैं, जिसमें एक रिजॉर्ट का मालिक भी है पुलकित आर्या, उसने बयान दिया है कि लड़की को हम ऋषिकेश लेके गए, फिर उसको लौट के आए, फिर शराब पी और फिर उसके बाद उसको फेंक दिया। इसमें और क्या तथ्य सामने आ रहे हैं?
नहीं, तथ्य यही है जो आपने बताया है, लगभग यही है, इसमें कोई नया बात नहीं है। लेकिन अब देखने वाली बात यह है कि फेंकने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी, ये विवेचना का हमारा पार्ट है। और क्या इनका मोटिव था, क्यों इन्होंने इसको धक्का दिया और क्या और कारण रहे, क्या इन्होंने कोई उसके साथ कोई ऐसी हरकत करने की कोशिश करी जिसका उसने विरोध किया, या और कोई बात रही, ये विवेचना का पार्ट।
इसमें आप अंकिता के साथ सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट के एंगल को लेकर भी चल रहे हैं?
नहीं, अभी प्राइमरी उसमें तो नहीं है।
जो मृतक अंकिता है, इनका शव प्राप्त हो गया है और नहर के कैनल में प्राप्त हुआ है और उसका पोस्टमार्टम की कार्रवाई अभी चल रहा है और परिवार से लगातार संपर्क बनाया हुआ है और पंचनामा के आधार पर पोस्टमार्टम की गतिविधि को हम करवा रहे हैं। अभी समस्त निर्देश ये दिया हुआ है कि पोस्टमार्टम को पैनल के माध्यम से किया जाए, क्योंकि संदिग्ध ये मामला दिखाई दे रहा है और संवेदनशीलता को देखते हुए उसका वीडियोग्राफी भी पोस्टमार्टम कार्रवाई पूर्ण किया जाएगा। शासन के द्वारा इसमें SIT भी गठित किया गया है और SIT जो टीम है इसको निष्पक्षता से जाँच करेगी, ऐसा आश्वासन परिवार को भी दिया गया।
सर, आज कितने बजे के लगभग ये डेड बॉडी रिकवर हुई और कितनी मशक्कत करनी पड़ी?
सर, ये सुबह 6 बजे जब 6:30 बजे जब बैराज बंद हुआ, उसके बाद बैक मारता है पानी, तो जब बॉडी यहाँ पे पहुँच जाती है तो बॉडी नीचे जाल में फंस जाती है। तो जाल से निकालने के लिए या तो हम लोग डाइव करते हैं जब पानी कम होता है, और कभी कभी क्या होता है कि वो बैक मारने से ही बॉडी ऊपर निकल जाती है, वहाँ से हट जाती है। तो आज हमारे साथ यही हुआ कि जैसे ही बैक मारा तो बॉडी ऑटोमेटिक ऊपर आ गई।
उनके जो अभिभावक, उनके पेरेंट्स के सामने उसका परिवार मेरे पास आया था और उन्हें भी पता है परिवार को। लगातार मैं सहयोग कर रही हूँ और खुद मैंने DGP, SSP और SHO सबसे बात की है कि इसमें कठोर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। ये मैं नहीं जानती हूँ कि इसमें राजनीति वाली कौन सी बात है। मैं आयोग में महिला के साथ खड़ी हूँ, मैं अपनी बेटी के साथ, हम अपनी बेटी के साथ खड़े हैं। किसी के भी साथ भी अगर गलत होगा तो उसका हम पूरी तरह से जवाब देंगे। ऐसा नहीं है, महिला आयोग खड़ा है पूरी तरह से। दोषियों को पूरी कड़ी कठोर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए दोषियों के विरुद्ध।
My colleague Ankit Sharma is now joining me live from Rishikesh on this. Ankit, what is the status of the case right now? We do know that 3 of the accused have been arrested. Have they confessed to their crime? Has the post-mortem established the cause of death?
Well, the post-mortem has just been concluded, and just after the post-mortem was concluded, the body of Ankita Bhandari was taken to her native village, which is in Podi, and it is believed that her family is waiting for her, and probably tomorrow morning her last rites would be performed. But it was all the emotional scene right now, and the state has slipped into mourning because no one had expected that Rishikesh, which is known for its serenity and peaceful environment, will wake up to this horrifying incident someday. So yeah, 3 people have been arrested and SIT has been formed as well. P. Renuka Devi, who's an IPS officer, is heading the SIT, and she's looking into the various angles of the case right now. Follow me.
Right. Ankit, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, India Today has accessed an audio conversation between Ankita and a resort staffer. As she sobbed, she said she was terrified and wanted to leave the resort. Listen in.
हेलो मैम, पवन बोल रहा हूँ, क्या हुआ?
प्लीज को पले जा दो दुकान तक।
चल चलो गाड़ी घुमा, चल नीचे चल, नीचे चल।
अरे चलना आ रहे हैं हम, आ रहे हैं 2 मिनट।
Also, India Today spoke to a staffer, a chef who used to work at the resort, who said moments before Ankita disappeared, she had called him, crying, asking him to keep her luggage outside the resort. Listen in.
हमारे साथ रिजॉर्ट में काम करने वाले सैफ मौजूद हैं। सैफ, कितने बजे 18 तारीख को आपने आखिरी बार अंकिता को देखा था?
लगभग 3-4 बजे के करीब देखा था मैंने उसको, क्योंकि मैं उसके बाद मैं 2 बजे किचन क्लोज कर देता हूँ, ऊपर चला जाता हूँ, तो उस समय मैं नीचे घूम रहा था, तो मैडम खाना खोना खाई होगी, तो उसी समय मैंने उसको देखा एक झलक, और उसके बाद मैंने उसको नहीं देखा।
क्या बैग मंगवाया था? क्या कॉल आई थी? क्या आया था?
उसकी कॉल आई है किसी 2 लड़कों को, जो मेंटेनेंस वाला है और एक सर्विस वाला, वो बाहर गए थे घूमने। शाम को 6 बजे के बाद तो गेस्ट तो थे नहीं हमारे पास, तो इन्होंने कहा बाहर चले जाता। और मैं अब मेरी गाड़ी 3-4 दिन से पंचर ही हो रही थी, उसका ऐसे जगह पंचर था, तो वो बार बार हवा निकल जा रही।
क्या कॉल आया था?
उसको ये कॉल आई है कि मेरा बैग ले जाओ। रोते रोते ये बोला उसने कि मेरा बैग ले जाओ और इसको तुम बाहर रोड पे रख दो, बस रोड तक ले जाओगे, बस इतना ही कॉल काट के उसने काट दिया कॉल। उसके बाद स्टाफ बताता है कि हम लोग वहाँ पे गए हैं, वहाँ पे गए तो हमने वहाँ पे बोला है, तो वहाँ पे ऐसा कोई वो नहीं है, किसी ने अंदर नहीं आने दिया। उन्होंने शायद कोई शिव नाम का इलेक्ट्रिशियन है, उनको ये बताया कि जाओ जरा, हमारी मैम रो रही है, क्या हुआ उसको। तो ये पुलकित आर्य का जो मैनेजर है अंकित गुप्ता, वैसे उसका अंकित गुप्ता नाम ने, उसका दूसरा नाम भी है पुलकित गुप्ता है उसका नाम, पुलकित गुप्ता है उसका नाम। तो उसने उसको अंदर नहीं आने दिया।
किसको?
एक शिप इलेक्ट्रिशियन है, वो अभी जा रखे, अभी है यहाँ पे नहीं है वो, तो उनको बताया था, तो उन्होंने अंदर नहीं आने दिया। उन्होंने ये बोला था कि मैं मैडम से अटेंशन लगाता हूँ, वो लगाता, उसने नहीं जाने दिया, उसने पता नहीं किसी वजह से रोक दिया। तो
उसके बाद जब 4 लोग निकले थे, अंकिता, पुलकित और बाकी 2 और लोग, तो वापस कितने लोग आए थे?
4 लोग तो मुझे नहीं पता है, 4 लोग निकले। स्टाफ कह रहा है कि 4 लोग निकले बाहर, क्योंकि वो सीसीटीवी कैमरे में भी आ चुके हैं, और सीसीटीवी कैमरे में ये आया कि 9:04 पे उन्होंने रिजॉर्ट के लिए एंट्री मारी है, रिजॉर्ट आने के लिए। अच्छा। यहाँ से ऋषिकेश आए थे वो। अच्छा। ऋषिकेश से ये बैरल के कैमरे से पता चला है। तो यहाँ से ऋषिकेश आने के लिए तो 11:15 बजे के करीब वहाँ पहुंचे वो लोग। अच्छा। 11:15
वाला क्या हिसाब किताब था जो खाने का बोला आपसे? खाना मंगवाया? अंकिता का खाना अंकित ने मंगवाया?
अंकिता का खाना अंकित ने लेके गया रूम में, और जो उनके थे मालिक लोगों के, उसके अंकित वगैरह और सौरभ जी के, उनका खाना वो लेके गए, जो हमारा सर्विस वाला बैटर है।
रिजॉर्ट में और कुछ क्या चलता था?
रिजॉर्ट में गैर कानूनी के बारे में मुझे कुछ भी पता नहीं, क्योंकि मैं किसी के बारे में झूठी।
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami spoke exclusively to India Today regarding the Ankita Bhandari murder case. Listen in. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. पहली बात तो ये पूछेंगे हम सर कि इस वक्त जो आपकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस मामले में जारी है, वो कहां तक पहुंची है सर?
इन्वेस्टिगेशन लगातार चल रही है। अपराधियों की, जिन लोग आरोपी हैं, उनकी गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है, और ये घटना बहुत दुखद घटना है। हमारी बेटी के साथ, हमारी बहन के साथ इस प्रकार का जो घटना घटी है, ये हमारे पूरे उत्तराखंड में और सभी लोगों के लिए बहुत बड़ा दुख भी है। लोगों में बहुत बड़ा, एक मैं कहूँ कि कष्ट है यहाँ पर, और इसको लेकर जहाँ कार्रवाई हम लगातार कर रहे हैं, आज बेटी का पार्थिव शरीर भी मिल गया है और पोस्टमार्टम की कार्रवाई चल रही है। और इसमें हमने अभी जहां आरोपियों की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है, इसके साथ ही अभी इसमें और भी कोई पहलू हो, कोई भी इसमें न बचे, उसके लिए पुलिस ने हमने पुलिस की एसआईटी की टीम यहाँ पर पी रेणुका देवी, जो हमारी डीआईजी है, उनके नेतृत्व में टीम का गठन कर दिया है, और ये सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे। कोई भी अपराधी होगा, कितना भी पहुंच वाला होगा, उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है। उत्तराखंड में इस प्रकार का व्यवहार, इस प्रकार का अपराध कतई भी यहाँ पर टॉलरेबल नहीं है किसी भी कीमत पर। हर अपराधी को इसमें हम सजा देंगे। उत्तराखंड की मातृशक्ति के साथ, हमारी बहनों के साथ, हमारी बेटियों के साथ इस प्रकार का व्यवहार हम कतई सहन नहीं करेंगे, कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। इसलिए हमने तय किया है कि इस घटना की पूरी जांच हो और एसआईटी इसके लिए जांच करे, और अंतिम व्यक्ति को जो भी इसमें शामिल है, कोई भी पहलू हो, उन सभी पहलुओं को देखें।
सर, सवाल ये उठता है, जिस तरह का आक्रोश आप सड़कों पर लोगों का देख रहे हैं, ऋषिकेश में, उत्तराखंड में आप जिस तरह का आक्रोश देख रहे हैं, गुस्सा ये है कि इस कंप्लेंट को जब पहली बार अंकिता के परिजनों ने दर्ज कराने की कोशिश की तो रेवेन्यू पुलिस ने इसको सीरियसली लिया ही नहीं, उनको घंटों बिठाए रखा पुलिस स्टेशन में। उनका कहना है कि उनके साथ जो व्यवहार भी हुआ वो भी सही नहीं था, तो किसी ने उस मिसिंग कंप्लेंट को सीरियसली लिया ही नहीं। सर,
उसका हमने संज्ञान लेते हुए उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई कर दी है और सख्त कार्रवाई की है, और भी अभी सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे। और जैसे ही ये मामला पुलिस के पास आया है, रेवेन्यू पुलिस से पुलिस के पास आने के बाद अपराधियों की गिरफ्तारी हो गई है, आरोपियों को जेल भेजा जा चुका है, और जो उनके गैर कानूनी वहाँ पर निर्माण थे उसके ध्वस्तीकरण की प्रक्रिया कर दी है। पार्थिव शरीर मिल गया है, उसको पोस्टमार्टम किया जा रहा है, और जो भी कार्रवाई है वो सारी कार्रवाई हम कर रहे हैं।
सर, आप
जो भी जिसकी भी गलती होगी उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी। ये किसी भी कीमत पर सहन करने योग्य, बर्दाश्त करने योग्य चीजें नहीं है। इसको किसी भी कीमत पर बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा, सहन नहीं किया जाएगा।
लोगों का डर यही है कि क्योंकि पुलकित आर्या एक इन्फ्लुएंशियल फैमिली से आते हैं, उनका एसोसिएशन, उनकी फैमिली का एसोसिएशन भारतीय जनता पार्टी से है, तो शायद उस तरह का एक्शन ना लिया जाए जिस तरह की उम्मीद वो रखते हैं। सर, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे लोगों को?
देखिए, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है कौन किस फैमिली से है, कहाँ से ताल्लुक रखता है, कितने लंबे उसके हाथ हैं। ये हमारे जो काम हो रहे हैं, इस पर एक्शन हो रहा है, कार्रवाई हो रही है, वो इस पर स्पष्ट प्रमाण है कि जैसे ही पता लगा पुलिस ने सबकी गिरफ्तारियां कर दी हैं, उनके ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई कर दी है, हमने एसटीएफ की जांच, एसआईटी की जांच प्रारंभ कर दी है, और जो भी कार्रवाई होगी, और पार्टी से उनके निष्कासन की कार्रवाई भी हो गई है, साथ ही में सरकार में जो उनके भाई थे उनको भी यहाँ से हटा दिया है। इसलिए ये कहना और एक रत्ती भर भी इसमें संदेह की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है, क्योंकि ये जघन्य अपराध है। हमारी बेटियों के साथ, हमारी बहनों के साथ, मातृशक्ति उत्तराखंड के साथ इस प्रकार का व्यवहार कोई भी भविष्य में करना तो दूर, कोई सोच भी ना पाए। इसलिए इस घटना के लिए जो भी दोषी होंगे उन पर कठोर कार्रवाई होगी।
आपने कहा है कि वहां पर शायद कुछ गैर कानूनी काम भी हो रहे थे, ध्वस्तीकरण का काम जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। क्या ये थोड़ी लापरवाही की बात नहीं है कि ये सारी चीजें अनफॉर्चुनेटली अंकिता की मौत से पहले सामने नहीं आए थे? सर,
जो भी लापरवाही है उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जा रही है, और जहां भी राजस्व पुलिस की कमी है उसको भी जो है निश्चित रूप से उनको उत्तरदायित्व फिक्स होगा और उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी।
The war over Congress's viral Pay CM campaign in Karnataka has escalated. Karnataka Medical Education Minister Dr. Sudhakar has now alleged that the Pay CM campaign against Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai started because he is from the Lingayat community. Sudhakar has said that Congress has always targeted chief ministers belonging to majority communities like the Lingayat community. As part of the campaign, the Congress had put up Pay CM posters across Bengaluru with a QR code and Bommai's photo with a message 40% accepted here, in reference to the allegations that contractors have to pay 40% commission to get contracts and for the recruitment of assistant professors and junior engineers under the Bommai government. Under fire, Bommai hit back at the Congress, saying they're indulging in dirty politics, calling it a smear campaign against the state government.
ಇದು ಡರ್ಟಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಡರ್ಟಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ವಿಚಾರ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಬೇಕು, ದಾಖಲೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದು ವಿಚಾರ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇದೊಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೈತಿಕತೆಯ ಅಧಿಪತನ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್. ಈ ಥರ ನೈತಿಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೆಸರು ಕೆಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮತ್ತು ಹತಾಶರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ತಯಾರಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಸದನಕ್ಕೂ ಬರೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಜನಪರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಥರ ಡರ್ಟಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಭ್ರಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Slipping into a short break, stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
News is tightening around the popular front of India. A day after pan-India raids and more than 100 arrests, the National Investigation Agency has made sensational revelations. India Today has accessed the NIA's petition for transit remand for suspect Yasir Arafat submitted before a Bengaluru court. The investigation agency alleges the PFI has received foreign funds to aid terror. The NIA is accusing the PFI members of trying to radicalize Muslim youth and coercing them into join terror outfits like the ISIS. NIA sources tell India Today the GPS devices along with 2 wireless sets were recovered from one of the arrested accused, Barkatullah. The agency is conducting a detailed investigation into the matter as to where and how the PFI members were using these GPS devices. The NIA will be questioning 18 top leaders of the PFI separately. All of them will also be confronted face-to-face to verify their claims. The NIA wants to know details of funding, activities of PFI cadres, future plans and their association with terror outfits abroad. NIA sources tell India Today the PFI has launched several subsidiaries to take its agenda forward even if the Islamic outfit and its leaders are banned. It already has multiple wings like the Campus Front of India and SDPI. With Sagai Raj in Bengaluru and Jitendra Bahadur in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Time now for our India Today magazine special that focuses on new cancer treatments being explored in India, where in 2020 alone, 8 lakh people died of the disease. Until recently, there were many reasons why those diagnosed with cancer treated the news as being akin to a death sentence. But now, cellular interventions and new technologies that our next report talks about will give you every reason to believe that science eventually will triumph over the emperor of maladies with changing treatment strategies. Sneha Mordani and Sonali Acharji with this report.
Long before COVID-19 entered our lexicon, cancer was the big C. In fact, all through the pandemic, cancer continued to kill. In the year 2020, nearly 8 lakh people died of cancer in India, almost 7 times those felled by COVID. Cancer's rising graph in our times resembles that of an epidemic. The numbers through the years tell us why this disease is rightly called the emperor of maladies. It killed 3,82,000 people in India in the year 1990. By 2016, that had more than doubled. Absolute numbers related to the annual increase in disease burden show that the cases have gone up from 5,48,000 in the year 1990 to 1.16 million in the year 2016. Indeed, the numbers seem to start to double at each layer of projection, almost like cancer cells multiplying. By 2025, India will have nearly 30 million cases, or about 2% of our entire population. But science is tightening its grip too. The treatment strategies have moved far beyond aggressive chemotherapies and radiation, also surgery. Immunotherapy and a handful of allied or parallel advances truly come like light at the end of the tunnel.
over 2/3 of our cancer patients present to us in advanced stage 3 and 4. Due to advances in the diagnosis, newer molecular testing, and the radiological imaging, and the availability of the newer targeted drugs and the immunotherapy, the cancer patients are getting very good results. Many of our advanced stage cancer patients, they surviving for many years with good quality of life by using these drugs.
Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, chairperson of Biocon, along with famed author and researcher Siddharth Mukherjee, has co-founded Communal, an Indian immunotherapy company that is running CAR T trials in India. CAR T cell therapy is a form of immunotherapy that uses specially altered T cells, a part of the immune system, to fight cancer.
I'm very pleased to see that it's not just Communal, but there are many other companies who have also recently jumped into the and I think that's very welcome news. Because India as a country must offer this therapy at an affordable cost. That is the opportunity we have.
Currently, the treatment strategies are chemotherapy, which is a drug-based treatment using chemicals to kill cancerous cells, but have serious side effects. Like, the chemicals affect other cells as well, causing hair loss, insomnia, fatigue, lowered appetite, and body pain. Surgery. If the cancer is isolated in a single area, surgery is often used to entirely remove the tumor and surrounding cells. The challenge is if the cancer is in a sensitive area, like the brain. And radiation or radiotherapy, where a patient is exposed to high doses of radiation to kill cancer cells. The side effects are similar to that of chemotherapy. Treatment protocol is moving from chemotherapy and radiation to gene and cell-based therapy, which not only has far less side effects, but also the potential to completely cure cancer.
Cancer cells have a mechanism to escape the immune system of the body. And the immunotherapy disrupts this immune system to re-trigger your immunity against the cancer cells. How is it given? It is given as a small infusion of about 1 hour. The drug is dissolved in saline and infused over 1 hour. It's a simple daycare admission. Immunotherapy is not meant for everybody. Immunotherapy has shown unprecedented success in a few cancers.
Conventional chemotherapy has various side effects. It is like an artillery shells, which not only kills the cancer cells but also damages normal cells, having a long side effects. Where immune checkpoint inhibitors are more precise and they have in general less side effects. Secondly, because immune checkpoint inhibitors also activate a group of immune cells called memory T cells, these cells remember that cancer cells. So sometimes the effect of immune checkpoint inhibitor drugs outlast their actual physical presence.
Meanwhile, India has launched the country's first indigenously developed vaccine against cervical cancer called Cervavac. This is being developed by the Serum Institute of India. It is much more affordable as compared to the other imported vaccines being used in the country right now. With inputs from Sonali Acharji for the India Today magazine, Sneha Mordani in Delhi for India Today.
It was not a fairy tale ending for Roger Federer and his magnificent 24-year career in tennis. Paired with Rafael Nadal, the legendary duo who have won a combined 42 Grand Slams, Federer showed glimpses of his magic, but it was not enough as he lost 6-4, 6-7, 9-11 to Jack Sock and Francis Tiafoe in a Laver Cup thriller. From the start to the finish, it was all about Federer and his magical few moments on the court with Nadal. The game was high on emotion. At the end of the match, even Rafael Nadal shed tears over the retirement of the tennis legend Federer. During his farewell speech, Roger Federer couldn't control his tears. Even his parents were seen teary-eyed as the legend bid adieu to tennis.
The match was great. I couldn't be happier. So it's been wonderful. And of course, playing with Rafa on the same team and having the guys, everybody here, all the legends. Rocket, Edberg, Stefan, thank you. Playing all these Laver Cups and And it feels, and it does feel like a celebration to me. I wanted to feel like this at the end, and it's exactly what I hoped for, so thank you. Everybody's here, the girls, the boys. My wife's been so supportive, and
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
You look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, you know, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is
optics. Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him, because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh, and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance pitch that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
You know, I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are two areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the third state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
Hello and welcome to World Today. The death of Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old Iranian woman, after being detained by the police unit responsible for enforcing the Islamic Republic's strict dress code for women, has triggered widespread protests. To register their protest against the morality police, Iranian women have been chopping off their hair, burning their hijabs. But will that really end the oppression in Iran? Many have been killed, score injured. Here's a report.
Chopping off their hair, burning their headscarves in the streets. Anti-hijab protests have intensified in Iran. Protesters marched down Hijab Street or Headscarf Street in central Tehran, denouncing the morality police. And what started this campaign by women is the horrific death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini at the hands of the morality police. Assaulted and killed for not wearing a hijab, Mahsa's demise has sparked a ferocious movement by women for change. The morality police units enforce a dress code in the Islamic Republic that demands women wear headscarves in public. It also bans tight trousers, ripped jeans, clothes that expose the knees, and brightly colored outfits. No crackdown by forces has stopped the women of Iran.
Security forces injured some of the peaceful protesters in Kurdistan, but people of Singhez and Sanandaj took to the streets with the message, "We are all Mahsa Amini." Women were seen removing their headscarves to make it clear that the imposition of hijab will no longer be tolerated. Some protesters were even seen cutting and chopping off their hair in protest. Hundreds of students also gathered at the Tehran University. Men and women together were seen marching and chanting a simple message of woman, life, freedom. Amini's death has reignited calls to rein in morality police actions against women suspected of violating the dress code in effect since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Filmmakers, artists, athletes, and political and religious figures have taken to social media to express their anger. Bureau Report, India Today.
Staying focused on Iran, on Spotlight this weekend, we have an Iranian activist from Netherlands. Mitra Jashni, executive editor at Foundation for Individual Liberty and Rights and founder of Turquoise Women of Iran project, joins me from Rotterdam. Many thanks for joining us, Mitra. Beginning with the situation on the ground, give us a sense of people you've been speaking to within Iran. There has been a huge internet blockade, not a lot of voices now coming out of Tehran or even other parts of Iran. So give us a sense of what's been your sense from the ground.
Thanks for having me on your program. For over 4 decades, the Iranian people have suffered under the oppression of the Islamic Republic. Since 1979, the criminal Islamic Republic has taken many rights of women and men, both in Iran, and they used to have it before the Islamic Revolution. Iran is occupied by an anti-Iranian totalitarian regime, and we Iranians want back our country and make it great again.
Right, Mitra, have you been able to speak to people in Iran? What's the situation? How is the Iranian authority? How are the Iranian authorities really cracking down on those who are voicing their protest against the regime and against this imposition of hijab?
Yeah, the Iranian of Iran, the people of Iran, both men and women, are united against the mullahs' intent to end this cycle of oppression and violence. Women burn their hijab in the street all over the Iran as a symbol of protesting against discrimination and demanding equal rights for men and women both.
Right. Mitra, in terms of the kind of protest that we are seeing, what is your expectation from the international community? We know that a lot of countries have come out in support of women in Iran, but expectations in terms of how to really ensure that Iran stops this repression.
Yeah, as I told you, the Iranian regime, the Islamic Republic, actually is the regime that is people of Iran doesn't have it and doesn't want it anymore. So as an Iranian, I'm really disappointed and frustrated, especially with the Biden administration's policy of appeasement toward to the mullahs and to the Islamic Republic these days. As you know, the New York now is hosting the Raisi, who his hand is on his hand is like the blood of thousands innocent Iranian people. So his crimes against humanity are well documented. At least we want the world support the protesters who bravely risk their lives in the street and chant that they don't want Islamic Republic anymore.
Well, you also are an Iranian Kurdish, Mitra. So just tell me about your own personal struggle. You are now in Netherlands in a safer place, in a safe place. But what's your struggle been like?
Yeah, we are in touch with several networks of young men and women in Iran and who participate in the nationwide protests these days and engage in campaign of civil campaigns in other times. Actually, what we want in Iran, that for many years the Islamic Republic tried to separate women and men in Iran, and sometimes putting their interests and their benefit in conflicts with one another. But the truth is, the victory for Iranian people is in the unity and the solidarity. So in our campaign, we try to emphasize this point and firmly that believe that path of the victory for Iranian people is through unity between men and women.
Well, you speak about unity, very important, Mitra. Just wanted to, before I let you go, just a quick word. Are there women in Iran who also want hijab and who are standing with the regime, and that becomes a bigger problem?
That is very important, that unlike what some international media would like to portray, compulsory hijab and veil are not part of Iranian culture. Even most Muslim women who personally choose to cover hijab and wear the hijab due to personal faith are against compulsory hijab. More importantly, oppression of women in Iran and discrimination against them is not limited to the issue of hijab and compulsory hijab. Both men and women are deprived of so many other rights under the Islamic Revolution and Islamic Republic.
Right. And finally, do you hope that this will be a revolution that will change Iran forever? That people have now come to the streets and that the regime will have to listen to them?
Yeah, let's talk about the last crime of Islamic Republic. Mahsa Amini was not the first victim of the Ayatollah's regime, and sadly, she won't be the last one. As long as the Islamic Republic is in power, they will unleash their Sharia police to torment and beat women, and of course, more women will be killed. But we, the people of Iran, both men and women, are united against the mullah intent to end this cycle of oppression of violence and violence this time.
Right, Mitra. Many thanks for joining us here on World Today. That's Mitra Jashni, who is an activist, Iranian Kurdish artist, saying that there is hope and that the regime will have to answer, will have to be held accountable for the oppression and the kind of oppressive tactics that it is employing in Iran. In another big story that unfolded this week, after Leicester, now a temple has been targeted in Birmingham. More than 200 people, majority of them Muslims, surrounded the Durga Bhavan temple at Smethwick in Midlands, shouting Allahu Akbar. One climbed on the temple wall and unzipped as a number of Hindu devotees prayed inside the temple. Fortunately, a number of police personnel were deployed on ground and prevented the situation from worsening. First Leicester and now Birmingham. Is this a fallout of a cricket match or something far more sinister in the UK?
The communal strife in UK is spreading. What started as a small tiff over India-Pakistan Asia Cup match is now threatening to overrun the delicate communal fabric of the country. The fire in Leicester spread to Smethwick. In the latest provocation, a mob of alleged Islamists were caught on camera menacingly marching near a Hindu temple in the Smethwick area, raising Allahu Akbar chants. The 200-strong mob also raised other Islamist slogans. While cops tried to restore order, a bottle was reportedly thrown at the Durga Bhavan Hindu Center. Many locals saw it as an intimidation tactic.
We don't on Nelson Road right now. Stand up with the Hindu mobs, as you can see.
The incident comes in the wake of clashes between Hindu and Muslim groups in Leicester last weekend. That time, Islamic groups had burnt a saffron flag outside a Hindu temple. The incident led to dozens of arrests by UK police.
This is a statement of unity.
Joint appeals were made by Hindu and Muslim leaders for peace.
We, the family of Leicester, stand in front of you not only as Hindus and Muslims, but as brothers and sisters.
Are the incidents of communal strife irreparably damaging the British cultural fabric? With Lavina Tandon, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a short break. On the other side, we'll discuss details on the Russia referendum. Stay tuned.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back to World Today. Now, the big news coming in from the Russia-Ukraine war. In an announcement that is being seen as serious escalation by the West, Russia will be holding referenda in 4 territories of Ukraine: Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson and Zaporizhia. While the breakaway areas of Donetsk and Luhansk were declared independent states by Moscow, the other 2 critical areas were captured this year after the Russian invasion. It seems like Russia is following the Crimean path of annexation and incorporation to secure the whole of eastern Ukraine, and this is just the start.
Russia's announcement to hold referenda at 4 critical Ukrainian regions will pave the way for the formal annexation of swaths of territory after nearly 7 months of war with its neighbor, a former Soviet republic. 2 of the regions, Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic, were already recognized as independent states by President Putin. They form the Donbas region. With the capturing of more territories of the Donbas region from Ukraine, there is a growing call to hold referendum and side with Moscow.
Only together and only with Russia will we stand and win. I call on everyone to say their yes for the future, for victory, for Russia. I am proud of the Republic, I am proud of our people, and that we are going to hold a referendum.
The referendum will be held between September 23rd and 27th in areas under Russian control, which amounts to more than 90,000 square kilometers, or about 15% of Ukraine's total area, equal to the size of Hungary or Portugal. The areas are Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia. But this has been met with stiff protest in captured territories and within Russia as well.
We think they should hold a referendum on Russia to fall apart. We don't need Russia neither in our Kherson region nor in all of Ukraine. We didn't invite them here and they have to leave. No one wants them here. The entire Kherson region is Ukraine. Luhansk and Donetsk regions are Ukraine.
The world that has descended upon New York for the United Nations General Assembly session has also been focused on the Russia-Ukraine war. While there is massive mobilization by Russia in eastern Ukraine, leaders of the free world are saying they will not recognize Russia's imposed referendum.
It's imperative that every member of this council, and for that matter, every member of the United Nations, reject these sham referenda and unequivocally declare that all Ukrainian territory is and will remain part of Ukraine. And no Russian claim to annex territory can take away Ukraine's right to defend its own land.
So I would implore all of those people listening to the reports that you've just discussed to remember that the aggressive actions of Vladimir Putin against the people of Ukraine have got to be called out. We have got to highlight the deep injustice of what he's doing, and we have to remain resolute in support of the Ukrainians as they defend their homelands.
In fact, India has urged Russia to end the war. Prime Minister Modi told President Putin on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Samarkand, and New Delhi reiterated the same after Russia announced annexation.
आज का युग युद्ध का है नहीं, और हमने फोन पर भी कई बार आपसे इस विषय में बात की है कि डेमोक्रेसी और डिप्लोमेसी और डायलॉग, ये सारी बातें ऐसी हैं कि जो दुनिया को एक स्पर्श करती हैं. आने वाले दिनों में शांति के रास्ते पर हम कैसे बढ़ सके, उसके विषय में जरूर आज हमें चर्चा करने का मौका मिलेगा. आपका व्यू पॉइंट समझने का मुझे भी एक अवसर मिलेगा.
The trajectory of the Ukraine conflict is a matter of profound concern for the entire international community. The future outlook appears even more disturbing. The nuclear issue is a particular anxiety. In a globalized world, the impact of the conflict is being felt even in distant regions. We have all experienced its consequences in terms of surging costs and actual shortages of food grains, fertilizers, and fuel. India strongly reiterates the need for an immediate cessation of all hostilities and a return to dialogue and diplomacy.
Russia had annexed Crimea in 2014, which led to massive sanctions against Moscow. This new move could raise the risk of a direct military confrontation between Russia and Ukraine's allies, including the NATO. Fears of nuclear escalation cannot be ignored. Russia has enunciated that its nuclear doctrine allows the use of such weapons if it is attacked with nuclear or other weapons of mass destruction, or if the Russian state faces an existential threat from conventional weapons.
That's all in this edition of World Today. But before I go, I'll leave you with this powerful poem by Amanda Gorman, a poet and activist who kickstart the United Nations General Assembly session and called for an urgent action to achieve the global goals.
Exhausted, angered, we are endangered not because of our numbers, but because of our numbness. We're strangers to one another's perils and pain, unaware that the welfare of the public and the planet share a name. Equality doesn't mean being the exact same, but enacting a vast aim, the good of the world to its highest capability.
Can Taiwan defend itself against China? China did many military drills around Taiwan. If China decides to launch a full-blown military attack, its armed forces would dwarf Taiwan's. Here's China and Taiwan's military capabilities compared. Total active forces: China 20,35,000, Taiwan 1,69,000. Ground forces: China 9,65,000, Taiwan 94,000. Navy: China 2,60,000, Taiwan 40,000. Air Force: China 3,95,000, Taiwan 35,000. Reserves: China 5,10,000, Taiwan 16,57,000. Tanks: China 5,400, Taiwan 650. Submarines: China 59, Taiwan 4. Naval ships: China 86, Taiwan 26. Artillery: China 9,834 plus, Taiwan 2,093. Aircraft: China 3,227 plus, Taiwan 504 plus.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we are tracking at the top of this hour. India Today accesses sensational chats between Ankita and friend. Ankita revealed that she felt insecure. Uttarakhand top cop claims 19-year-old was pressurized to offer special services. Body of 19-year-old Ankita recovered from canal after 6 days. Resort of accused bulldozed. Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami assures strict action. Renaming of NTR University row explodes. NTR's son lashes out at Jagan, says NTR is the backbone of Telugu civilization and those barking like dogs are unfaithful. Political war over PCM intensifies. Bommai calls campaign dirty politics, while Karnataka Minister K. Sudhakar claims Bommai targeted because he belongs to the Lingayat community. India's fiery response to Pakistan at the UNGA, says Pakistan shielding terrorists and Pakistan Prime Minister misusing platform to spread false accusations.
It is regrettable that the Prime Minister of Pakistan has chosen the platform of this August Assembly to make false accusations against India. He has done so to obfuscate misdeeds in his own country.
Roger Federer bids a tearful goodbye at his last match with his friend and rival Rafael Nadal. Nadal and Federer played their last doubles together against Murray and Djokovic. 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari's body has finally been recovered days after she went missing in Uttarakhand. The State Disaster Response Force recovered Ankita's body from the Chilla Canal in Uttarakhand's Rishikesh. She went missing on September 18. Ankita's post-mortem was conducted at AIIMS Rishikesh under heavy police presence. Locals raised slogans outside the hospital as her body was en route to her home. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has formed an SIT and ordered a strict probe into the matter. The BJP has also expelled Vinod Arya and Ankit Arya, the father and brother of the main accused Pulkit Arya, from the party with immediate effect. The police have demolished Pulkit's resort where Ankita used to work as a receptionist. Now, this came after Chief Minister Dhami ordered a crackdown on illegal resorts in the state. 3 people, including resort owner Pulkit Arya, were arrested in connection with the alleged killing of Ankita Bhandari, who had gone missing about 4 days ago.
जिला प्रशासन जांच करे, अच्छी बात है। अगर हम कहीं गलत हैं तो वो खिलाफ हमारी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। हम उसके लिए तैयार हैं।
जिस तरह से घटना के बाद ही उनको आपके यहाँ आपकी नपाई का याद आई है, क्या कहेंगे उस पर, किस तरह की?
अब वो उनका मैटर है अपना, मैं कुछ नहीं कहना।
नहीं, जिस तरह से अचानक से जांच वाच सब याद लगता कहीं इससे पहले भी कई।
हाँ, ये तो प्रशासन का काम है, लेकिन हाँ मैं इतना कहूँगा कि अगर हम कहीं गलत हैं और कार्रवाई करना चाहें तो हमें कोई विरोध नहीं है, कार्रवाई करें।
ये जो चैट वायरल हुई है, ये हमारे भी संज्ञान में है और हमारे भी विवेचना का पार्ट है ये। और विवेचना में जैसे ही आगे हम बढ़ेंगे, नेचुरल सी बात है, अभी तो प्राइमरी उस पर हमने उनको अरेस्ट किया है और उसका रिमांड लिया है, तो अब जब विवेचना आगे बढ़ेगी तो इस एंगल को हम जरूर उसमें शामिल करेंगे।
तो इसमें और क्या तथ्य अभी सामने निकल के आ रहे हैं? जैसे जो 3 अभियुक्त हैं, जिसमें एक रिजॉर्ट का मालिक भी है पुलकित आर्या, उसने बयान दिया है कि लड़की को हम ऋषिकेश लेके गए, फिर उसको लौट के आए, फिर शराब पी और फिर उसके बाद उसको फेंक दिया। इसमें और क्या तथ्य सामने आ रहे हैं?
नहीं, तथ्य यही है जो आपने बताया है, लगभग यही है, इसमें कोई नया बात नहीं है। लेकिन अब देखने वाली बात यह है कि फेंकने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी, ये विवेचना का हमारा पार्ट है। और क्या इनका मोटिव था, क्यों इन्होंने इसको धक्का दिया और क्या और कारण रहे, क्या इन्होंने कोई उसके साथ कोई ऐसी हरकत करने की कोशिश करी जिसका उसने विरोध किया।
मृतक अंकिता है, इनका शव प्राप्त हो गया है और नहर के कैनल में प्राप्त हुआ है और उसका पोस्टमार्टम कार्रवाई अभी चल रहा है और परिवार से लगातार संपर्क बनाया हुआ है और पंचनामा के आधार पर पोस्टमार्टम की गतिविधि हम करवा रहे हैं। अभी समस्त निर्देश ये दिया हुआ है कि पोस्टमार्टम को पैनल के माध्यम से किया जाए, क्योंकि संदिग्ध ये मामला दिखाई दे रहा है और संवेदनशीलता को देखते हुए उसका वीडियोग्राफी भी पोस्टमार्टम कार्रवाई पूर्ण किया जाएगा। शासन के द्वारा इसमें SIT भी गठित किया गया है और SIT जो टीम है इसको निष्पक्षता से जाँच करेगी, ऐसा आश्वासन परिवार को दिया गया।
सर, आज कितने बजे के लगभग ये डेड बॉडी रिकवर हुई और कितनी मशक्कत करनी पड़ी?
सर, ये सुबह 6 बजे जब 6:30 बजे जब बैराज बंद हुआ, उसके बाद बैक मारता है पानी, तो जब बॉडी यहाँ पे पहुँच जाती है तो बॉडी नीचे जाल में फंस जाती है। तो जाल से निकालने के लिए या तो हम लोग डाइव करते हैं जब पानी कम होता है, और कभी कभी क्या होता है कि वो बैक मारने से ही बॉडी ऊपर निकल जाती है, वहाँ से हट जाती है। तो आज हमारे साथ यही हुआ कि जैसे ही बैक मारा तो बॉडी ऑटोमेटिक ऊपर आ गई।
उनके जो अभिभावक, उनके पेरेंट्स के सामने उसका परिवार मेरे पास आया था और उन्हें भी पता है परिवार को। लगातार मैं सहयोग कर रही हूँ और खुद मैंने DGP, SSP और SHO सबसे बात की है कि इसमें कठोर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। ये मैं नहीं जानती हूँ कि इसमें राजनीति वाली कौन सी बात है। मैं आयोग में महिला के साथ खड़ी हूँ, मैं अपनी बेटी के साथ, हम अपनी बेटी के साथ खड़े हैं। किसी के भी साथ भी अगर गलत होगा तो उसका हम पूरी तरह से जवाब देंगे। ऐसा नहीं है, महिला आयोग खड़ा है पूरी तरह से। दोषियों को पूरी कड़ी कठोर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए दोषियों के विरुद्ध।
Now, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami spoke exclusively to India Today regarding the Ankita Bhandari murder case. Listen in. सर, सवाल ये उठता है, जिस तरह का आक्रोश आप सड़कों पर लोगों का देख रहे हैं, ऋषिकेश में, उत्तराखंड में आप जिस तरह का आक्रोश देख रहे हैं, गुस्सा ये है कि इस कंप्लेंट को जब पहली बार अंकिता के परिजनों ने दर्ज कराने की कोशिश की तो रेवेन्यू पुलिस ने इसको सीरियसली लिया ही नहीं। उनको घंटों बिठाए रखा पुलिस स्टेशन में। उनका कहना है कि उनके साथ जो व्यवहार भी हुआ वो भी सही नहीं था, तो किसी ने उस मिसिंग कंप्लेंट को सीरियसली लिया ही नहीं। सर,
उसका हमने संज्ञान लेते हुए उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई कर दी है और सख्त कार्रवाई की है और भी अभी सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे। और जैसे ही ये मामला पुलिस के पास आया है, रेवेन्यू पुलिस से, रेवेन्यू पुलिस से पुलिस के पास आने के बाद अपराधियों की गिरफ्तारी हो गई है, आरोपियों को जेल भेजा जा चुका है और जो उनके गैर कानूनी वहां पर निर्माण थे उसके ध्वस्तीकरण की प्रक्रिया कर दी है। पार्थिव शरीर मिल गया है, उसको पोस्टमार्टम किया जा रहा है और जो भी कार्रवाई है वो सारी कार्रवाई हम कर रहे हैं।
सर आप
जो भी
कह रहे हो
जिसकी भी गलती होगी उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी। ये किसी भी कीमत पर सहन करने योग्य, बर्दाश्त करने योग्य चीजें नहीं है। इसको किसी भी कीमत पर बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा, सहन नहीं किया जाएगा।
लोगों का डर यही है कि क्योंकि पुलकित आर्या एक इन्फ्लुएंशियल फैमिली से आते हैं, उनका एसोसिएशन, उनकी फैमिली का एसोसिएशन भारतीय जनता पार्टी से है, तो शायद उस तरह का एक्शन ना लिया जाए जिस तरह की उम्मीद वो रखते हैं। सर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे लोगों को?
देखिए, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है कौन किस फैमिली से है, कहाँ से ताल्लुक रखता है, कितने लंबे उसके हाथ हैं। ये हमारे जो काम हो रहे हैं, इस पर एक्शन हो रहा है, कार्रवाई हो रही है, वो इस पर स्पष्ट प्रमाण है कि जैसे ही पता लगा पुलिस ने सबकी गिरफ्तारियां कर दी हैं, उनके ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई कर दी है। हमने एसटीएफ की जांच, एसआईटी की जांच प्रारंभ कर दी है और जो भी कार्रवाई होगी, और पार्टी से उनके निष्कासन की कार्रवाई भी हो गई है। साथ ही में सरकार में जो उनके भाई थे उनको भी यहाँ से हटा दिया है। इसलिए ये कहना और एक रत्ती भर भी इसमें संदेह की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है, क्योंकि ये जघन्य अपराध है। हमारी बेटियों के साथ, हमारी बहनों के साथ, मातृशक्ति उत्तराखंड के साथ इस प्रकार का व्यवहार कोई भी भविष्य में करना तो दूर, कोई सोच भी न पाए। इसलिए इस घटना के लिए जो भी दोषी होंगे उन पर कठोर कार्रवाई होगी।
आपने कहा है कि वहां पर शायद कुछ गैर कानूनी काम भी हो रहे थे, ध्वस्तीकरण का काम जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। क्या ये थोड़ी लापरवाही की बात नहीं है कि ये सारी चीजें अनफॉर्चुनेटली अंकिता की मौत से पहले सामने नहीं आए थे? सर
जो भी लापरवाही है उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जा रही है और जहां भी राजस्व पुलिस की कमी है उसको भी जो है निश्चित रूप से उनको उत्तरदायित्व फिक्स होगा और उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी।
19-year-old Ankita Bhandari's murder is getting murkier by the minute. India Today has exclusively accessed Ankita's chat with her friend Deep Push from a day before she was pushed into a canal. She told her friend that she was feeling insecure at the resort owned by the accused Pulkit Arya. She even spoke about being bought for 10,000 rupees. Not only this, her chat even hinted that she was being asked to arrange other girls too. In a sensational claim, the DGP of the state has also said that Ankita was being pushed into prostitution by the 3 accused arrested in the case, and she was killed only because she refused to get into prostitution. In another big revelation, he said that prima facie special services were indeed being asked to be given to Ankit, whose identity is yet not known, but is someone who has been arrested in the case now. Now, India Today also accessed an audio conversation between Ankita.
मैम पहले बोल रहा हूँ, क्या हो गया? प्लीज मेरे को पहले जा दो दुकान तक। चल चलो गाड़ी घुमा, चल नीचे नीचे चल, नीचे चल। अरे चलना, आ रहे हैं हम, आ रहे हैं 2 मिनट। हेलो मैम, पहले बोल रहा हूँ, क्या हो गया? प्लीज मेरे को पहले जा दो दुकान तक। चल चलो गाड़ी घुमा, चल नीचे नीचे चल, नीचे चल। अरे चलना, आ रहे हैं हम, आ रहे हैं 2 मिनट।
India Today also spoke to the chef who used to work at the resort. He said that moments before Ankita disappeared, she had called him, crying, asking him to keep her luggage outside the resort. Listen in.
हमारे साथ रिजॉर्ट में काम करने वाले शेफ मौजूद हैं। शेफ, कितने बजे 18 तारीख को आपने आखिरी बार अंकिता को देखा था?
लगभग 3-4 बजे के करीब देखा था मैंने उसको, क्योंकि मैं उसके बाद मैं 2 बजे किचन क्लोज कर देता हूँ, ऊपर चला जाता हूँ। तो उस समय मैं नीचे घूम रहा था, तो मैडम खाना खोना खाई होगी, तो उसी समय मैंने उसको देखा एक झलक, और उसके बाद मैंने उसको नहीं देखा।
क्या बैग मंगवाया था, क्या कॉल आई थी, क्या आया था?
उसकी कॉल आई है किसी 2 लड़कों को, जो मेंटेनेंस वाला है और एक सर्विस वाला, वो बाहर गए थे घूमने। शाम को 6 बजे के बाद तो गेस्ट तो थे नहीं हमारे पास, तो इन्होंने कहा बाहर चले जाता। और मैं अब मेरी गाड़ी 3-4 दिन से पंचर ही हो रही थी, उसका ऐसे जगह पंचर था तो बार बार हवा निकल जा रही।
क्या कॉल आया था
उसको ये कॉल आई है कि मेरा बैग ले जाओ। रोते रोते ये बोला उसने कि मेरा बैग ले जाओ और इसको तुम बाहर रोड पे रख दो, बस रोड तक ले जाओगे, बस इतना ही कॉल काट के उसने काट दिया कॉल। उसके बाद स्टाफ बताता है कि हम लोग वहाँ पे गए हैं, वहाँ पे गए तो हमने वहाँ पे बोला है, तो हमें वहाँ पे ऐसा कोई वो नहीं है, किसी ने अंदर नहीं आने दिया। किसी उन्होंने शायद कोई शिव नाम का इलेक्ट्रिशियन है, उनको ये बताया कि जाओ जरा, हमारी मैम रो रही है, क्या हुआ उसको। तो ये पुलकित आर्य का जो मैनेजर है अंकित गुप्ता, वैसे उसका अंकित गुप्ता नाम ने, उसका दूसरा नाम भी है पुलकित गुप्ता है उसका नाम, पुलकित गुप्ता है उसका नाम। तो उसने उसको अंदर नहीं आने दिया।
किसको?
ये एक शिप इलेक्ट्रिशियन है, वो अभी जा रखे, अभी है यहाँ पे नहीं है वो। तो उनको बताया था तो उन्होंने अंदर नहीं आने दिया। उन्होंने ये बोला था कि मैं मैडम से एडिशन लगाता हूँ, वो लगाता, उसने नहीं जाने दिया। उसने पता नहीं किसी वजह से रोक दिया। तो
उसके बाद जब 4 लोग निकले थे, अंकिता, पुलकित और बाकी 2 और लोग, तो वापस कितने लोग आए थे?
4 लोग तो मुझे नहीं पता है 4 लोग निकले। स्टाफ कह रहा है कि 4 लोग निकले बाहर, क्योंकि वो सीसीटीवी कैमरे में भी आ चुके हैं। और सीसीटीवी कैमरे में ये आया कि 9:04 पे उन्होंने रिजॉर्ट के लिए एंट्री मारी है, रिजॉर्ट आने के लिए। अच्छा। यहाँ से ऋषिकेश आए थे वो। अच्छा। ऋषिकेश से ये बैरल के कैमरे से पता चला है। तो यहाँ से ऋषिकेश आने के लिए तो 11:15 बजे के करीब वहाँ पहुंचे वो लोग। अच्छा। 11:15
वाला क्या हिसाब किताब था जो खाने का बोला आपसे खाना मंगवाया? अंकिता का खाना अंकित ने मंगवाया?
अंकिता का खाना अंकित ने लेके गया रूम में, और जो उनके थे मालिक लोगों के, उसके अंकित वगैरह को और सौरभ जी के, उनका खाना वो लेके गए, जो हमारा सर्विस वाला बैटर है।
रिजॉर्ट में और कुछ क्या चलता था?
रिजॉर्ट में गैर कानूनी के बारे में मुझे कुछ भी पता नहीं, क्योंकि मैं किसी के बारे में झूठी।
देखिए, ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि जो ये पुलकित आर्य था, ये कहीं ना कहीं लड़की पे कोई दबाव था किसी तरह का गलत काम करने का। और उसका दोस्त था अंकित, जो अभी आप बोल रहे थे थोड़ी देर पहले, अंकित आर्य इसका भाई है, वो अलग है। जो जेल गया है दूसरा अंकित है, जो पुलकित का दोस्त है। तो ये इसके लिए भी कहीं ना कहीं इसने भी गलत हरकत करने की कोशिश की थी, चैट से क्लियर हो रहा है। तो ये श्योर है कि जो इनके बीच में जो भी वो हुआ है, इशू हुआ है, इसी बात को लेकर के हुआ है। अब इसके आगे डेप्थ में जाएंगे, थोड़ा पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आ जाएगी तो उससे और क्लैरिटी आएगी, जब डेथ पता चलता है बहुत सारी और चीजें क्लियर हो सकती हैं।
The war over Congress's viral Pay CM campaign in Karnataka has escalated. Karnataka Medical Education Minister Dr. Sudhakar has alleged that the Pay CM campaign against Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai started because he is from the Lingayat community. Now, Sudhakar has said that the Congress has always targeted chief ministers belonging to majority communities like the Lingayat community. As part of the campaign, the Congress had put up Pay CM posters across Bengaluru with a QR code and Bommai's photo with the message 40% accepted here, in reference to allegations that contractors have to pay 40% commission to get contracts and for recruitment of assistant professors and junior engineers under the Bommai government. Now, under fire, Chief Minister Bommai has hit out at the Congress, saying they're indulging in dirty politics, calling it a smear campaign against the state government.
ಇದು ಡರ್ಟಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಡರ್ಟಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ವಿಚಾರ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಬೇಕು, ದಾಖಲೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದು ವಿಚಾರ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇದೊಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೈತಿಕತೆಯ ಅಧಿಪತನ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್. ಈ ಥರ ನೈತಿಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೆಸರು ಕೆಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮತ್ತು ಹತಾಶರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ತಯಾರಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಸದನಕ್ಕೂ ಬರೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಜನಪರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಥರ ಡರ್ಟಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಭ್ರಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಅವರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಆಡಳಿತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಕೂಡ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿಯನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಆಡಳಿತ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಬಲ ಲಿಂಗಾಯತ್ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಯಲಿಗೆಳೆಯುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಲಿಂಗಾಯತನೇ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದೇನೆ. ದೇ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟೀಸ್. ದಿಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಕೆಂಗಲ್ ಹನುಮಂತ ಏನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಮೇಜರ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಯಾರೇ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್.
ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನದಿಂದ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಹಿನ್ನಡೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತೀರಾ?
Now, the process to file nomination papers for the Congress presidential elections began today. The nomination papers, in fact, can be filed till September 30th, with results to be announced on October 19. The elections for the Congress's top post seem wide open, with Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot already declaring his candidacy. Meanwhile, Thiruvananthapuram Member of Parliament and former Union Minister Dr. Shashi Tharoor is widely speculated to contest as his representatives collected the nomination form from the Congress's Election Authority office today. Shashi Tharoor's elections would indicate, in fact, a democratic inclusion, considering most Congress leaders seem to have been unhappy with Tharoor's participation in the G23 leaders' letter to interim President Sonia Gandhi seeking major reforms within the party's structuring and functioning. Now, according to sources, there are speculations that another leader in the UPA government earlier, Manish Tiwari, could also put in his papers for the top job. Now, this will be the first time in 25 years that a non-Gandhi will be at the helm of the grand old party, with Rahul Gandhi refusing to contest the elections despite various Pradesh Congress committees pledging support to him.
Today is 24th September and the nominations for the election of the Congress president starts. What do you have to tell us?
We are really proud of it. Because we the only party doing this organization election on democratic process. Therefore, today the nomination process is starting. Certainly, it will strengthen the Congress party very well. October 19th, a new Congress president will come. Entire party will rally behind him.
Okay, and what do you have to say about Mr. Tharoor, who is your colleague? He's also expressing his desire.
I told earlier, whomever want to contest, it is them to decide. It is free to contest. We are welcoming for the healthy competition.
What about Mr. Ashok Gehlot? He also met you. You had a long discussion with him as far as Rajasthan is concerned. A lot of questions has been asked that how it will be done, as far as whether he'll one man, one post formula will continue. Will we see a new chief minister in Rajasthan?
First of all, see that the nomination come. If whomever is filing the nomination, then you see.
The decision to fight the election of a president is not taken by Ashok. It's taken by the Gandhis. Everybody knows that Rahul Gandhi is not interested in contesting the election. He was president for 18 months or 2 years. He gave it up. The extraordinary part is, and this shows the importance of the Gandhis, that he's calling all the shots.
NTR University renaming row explodes now after junior NTR's son and Hindupur MLA Nandamuri Balakrishna has launched a scathing attack on Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy. Slamming Jagan, Balakrishna said that NTR is the backbone of Telugu civilization and there are leaders who are still thriving on the arms left behind by this great man. Earlier, NTR's grandson, Junior NTR, in fact, questioned the need to rename the university. He said, why remove the legacy of one icon as a tribute to another icon? Reacting to the controversy, YSR Congress said that the party had just paid tribute to YSR and there was no intent to insult NTR. The controversy started after Andhra Pradesh government decided to rename the NTR University of Health Sciences to YSR University of Health Sciences.
To honor such a great personality who has done so much for developing healthcare in AP, we have decided to rename the Health University of Andhra Pradesh as Dr. YSR Health University, which is well deserved. This does not in any way mean that we don't honor and respect NTR Garu, who was a great chief minister and a great leader. In fact, it is our government who for the first time has named the district, which is his birthplace, as NTR district. So we have done so much. So I think it's, I think these two things are mutually exclusive and I think it's completely justified to name the Health University after Dr. YSR.
And here are some of the top developments that have taken place on the crackdown on the Popular Front of India. Explosive revelation by the NIA on the PFI. The central agency has said that the organization encouraged youth to join the Lashkar-e-Toiba ISIS, Al-Qaeda to establish Islamic rule in India. The 11 PFI leaders who were arrested by the NIA following the raids in Kerala's Kochi have been sent to 7 days NIA custody. BJP leader Kapil Mishra slammed the PFI and said that the people who conspire against India will not be spared. After major crackdown on the PFI, All India Bar Association has urged the centre to expeditiously ban PFI without any delay and set up a special court to exclusively try PFI-related cases. Slipping into a short break, coming up next, India's fiery response to Pakistan at the UNGA says Pakistan is shielding terrorists and the Pakistani Prime Minister is misusing the UN platform to spread false accusations. More on that on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
I can't count the number of times my teachers have said, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, addressed as his daughter and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha because even without realizing,
they actually want to call me Buddha, but
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. India's scathing reply to Pakistan at the United Nations General Assembly. India mission to UN First Secretary Mijito Vinito lashed out at the Pakistani Prime Minister and said it is regrettable that Prime Minister Sharif chose the platform of this assembly to make false accusations against India, slamming Pakistan on the issue of terrorism. He said that India's neighbor talks about peace but continues to sponsor terrorists by providing shelter to them. India's reaction was in reply to comments made by Pakistani Prime Minister at the UNGA. Pakistan once again launched an anti-India tirade and raked up the Kashmir issue and levelled unsubstantiated charges while claiming that it wants peace with all its neighbours. The comments were made by the Pakistani Prime Minister on the fourth day of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly.
Pakistan needs a stable external environment. We look for peace with all our neighbors, including India. Sustainable peace and stability in South Asia, however, remains contingent upon a just and lasting solution of the Jammu and Kashmir dispute.
Mr. President, it is regrettable that the Prime Minister of Pakistan has chosen the platform of this August Assembly to make false accusations against India. He has done so to obfuscate misdeeds in his own country and to justify actions against India that the world considers unacceptable. A polity that claims it seeks peace with its neighbors would never sponsor cross-border terrorism, nor would it shelter planners of the horrific Mumbai terrorist attack, disclosing their existence only under pressure from the international community. Such a country would not make unjustified and untenable territorial claims against neighbors. It would not covet their lands and seek to illegally integrate them with its own.
It was not a fairy tale wedding for for Roger Federer and his magnificent 24-year-long career in tennis. Paired with Rafael Nadal, the legendary duo who have won a combined 42 Grand Slams, Federer showed glimpses of his magic, but it was not enough as he lost 6-4, 6-7, 9-11 to Jack Sock and Francis Tiafoe in a Laver Cup thriller. From the start to the finish, it was all about Federer and his magical few moments on the court with Nadal. The game was high on emotion. At the end of the match, even Rafael Nadal shed tears over the retirement of the tennis legend Federer. During his farewell speech, Roger Federer couldn't control his tears. Even his parents were seen teary-eyed as the legend bid adieu to tennis.
It's been a perfect journey. I would do it all over again.
And with that, curtains came down on a glorious tennis career that lasted 24 years.
Well, in an era of tennis kings, its founding father says farewell.
As the world saw Roger Federer play professional tennis one final time.
Team World win the point as we say goodbye to Roger Federer, the finest we've ever seen.
The end in a beautiful way. We're very lucky.
Emotions were tough to control as grown men couldn't help but let tears roll down their cheeks.
And the tears have started.
The Swiss maestro acknowledged the crowd that gave him a standing ovation as English rock band Coldplay's famous track, "I Used to Rule the World," reverberated in the arena.
I told the guys I'm happy, I'm not sad. So feels great to be here. And it feels, and it does feel like a celebration to me. I wanted to feel like this at the end, and it's exactly what I hoped for, so thank you.
Nothing encapsulates the night better than these images of Nadal and Federer holding hands, and later of Nadal sobbing while watching his greatest rival walk into the sunset. Another sporting superstar in Virat Kohli summed it best when he tweeted the picture of Nadal and Federer crying together with the caption, "Who thought rivals can feel like this towards each other? This is the most beautiful sporting picture ever."
It's been an amazing ride. It's been incredible to watch this journey that you've been on. It started as a boy playing tennis. You turned into a junior champion, then a world champion, and then you became a sporting icon. What has that journey been like for you?
It was never supposed to be that way. It's just happy to play tennis and spend time with my friends, really. And it ended here, so it's been a perfect journey. I would do it all over again.
With Federer's exit, it truly is the end of an era. And whilst the world will continue to debate who the greatest tennis player of all time is, the fact that Federer was the most graceful will remain undisputed.
Oh yes! A moment of magic.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today. Watching India Today.
गांव फतेहपुर बेरी, जिसे बाउंसर्स का गांव कहा जावा है, इस गांव का हर बालक जाने है कि भविष्य तो पार्टी बनाने से ही बना है, वो भी पहलवानों वाले।
We've seen many movies on women boxers, on women wrestlers, on women cricketers and whatnot. But have you ever seen a movie on a lady bouncer, or actually thought about what she faces on a constant basis in an industry that's dominated by men? Hello and welcome to this India Today special broadcast. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and it's my absolute pleasure to be joined today by Mr. Madhur Bhandarkar, who's made this lovely film called Bubbly Bouncer, the trailer of which is already going viral. You've made so many films on women empowerment, so I think it's rather fitting that you've made this one too on women bouncers, and also, of course, the lovely Tamanna, who plays Bubbly Bouncer in this film. Tamanna, I'd like to begin with you. I'm from Chennai, so I've seen for the last many years all the movies that you've done in Tamil. And this is so different from what you've usually done, from the usual films that you do. How did this role come to you, and what did you think when you first processed it, that you could play a lady bouncer?
I think in general, the few filmmakers who've been very pivotal in changing the course of my career, starting with Rajamouli sir and now to Padma Shri Madhur Bhandarkar sir, who's 4-time National Award winning director. I think the universal thing between these few filmmakers who've really tapped me in my best is that they casted me not because of, you know, having already attained a certain market in a certain language or certain industry. They purely casted me because that I fit the part. Like for Madhur sir, I don't think he had seen any of my movies before this. He had seen Bahubali, but I don't think he remembered Bahubali when he met me for this part. And I think that was the best thing for me, because he was literally judging me on my basic mannerisms and how I am, literally how I was reacting to the narration that I was taking. And I think that's when even he felt that, yeah, you know, I can somewhat suit the character. For me personally, it was a moment where I was sitting in a chair, but I was basically like dancing in my head, because I knew that I finally found a character that I'm gonna channel my my younger self, and I've always been a tomboy going to school. When I was in school, I was a tomboy, and then of course I became an actor. So of course the first lessons that you get is how to just
elegance.
make everything look elegant, which is great. Which is also very, it's like tabbing the feminine self in you. But I feel like I never really got a legit chance to channelize masculinity without caricaturing it, without making it excessive, without making it forced. In this film, it comes naturally to her, and for me, it was a natural process to tab into that. So yeah, and what I learned from working with Madhur sir is that he truly, he truly celebrates his team, and movie making is a teamwork. With his vision intact, he made sure everybody was just in the best vibe that they could possibly be in on a film set. And he is someone who doesn't, considering his experience, he doesn't make anybody feel the hierarchy on a film set, which made everyone feel equal. So when he makes a film on gender equality, even in a fun, humorous way, it's because he's really that.
It comes through.
He's not doing it for a movie. He is really that person. He's really a feminist who actually makes movies about women. And there have been times we were improvising some scenes, and he came up with certain improvs which I, being a woman, also couldn't have come up with. I'll be honest with you. Like, I also didn't think about myself like that, like how he thought about.
Where does that thought come from?
Yeah, actually, it's a good question. Even I won't know.
I really don't know. I think it's very inborn.
No, because I'll tell you what, in films that you do, I think what's great is that connect, because you almost think like a woman.
Yeah.
How is that?
There's a lot of people told me, in fact, a lot of women have told me this, how do you get into the psyche so well, the nuance so well? And this is compliment I'm hearing from almost 20 years. Every sect of people, they come and they say, especially women, I attend so many women organization events and functions, they said, इतने अच्छे तुम nuance कैसे पकड़ते हो, कैसे सोचते हो कि क्या चल रहा है दिमाग में? I don't know. I'll be very honest and say कि I don't want to say I'm inspired by that particular person or this. It is not like that. It is completely with me, and somewhere is very inborn. I said, so I understand the nuance, how she will react on this situation or that situation, and which comes very naturally to me. And I feel that post Chandni Bar, I mean to say, after that journey which has started with Bubbly Bouncer. So I don't know, the best performance of my actresses are in my movies, their career. And I feel very happy about it. And I feel that there are lots of, in society, you have subjects and ideas which they don't want to make it. But I'm one filmmaker who want to make all this kind of subjects and different ideas, and which are very successful, which are applauded by the audiences. And I don't know, I think this kind of narrative which comes naturally to me, and that's how Bubbly Bouncer is also there.
It's like a God-given gift.
Yeah, it's completely God-given gift. I don't know, sometimes I also do thinking whom I was inspired. I know people want to they'll take 5 names. I'm inspired by this person, that person. No, none. I'm not inspired by, I'm being very honestly. It's just inborn in me, which comes naturally to me, and I say this is the way you react. Like, I know actresses who, when I told them this is the reaction, and they used to tell me, how do you know? I have gone through this process in my life. They have complimented me like that. Mother, how do you know? It means this has happened to me in my real life also sometime. You are telling me to do like that, that has happened to me. So I don't know about this. It just comes
It's like you read our minds.
But I think
it's a good thing for us.
But I think I kind of decipher how it happens. It's because he never looks at men and women as 2 different entities. He looks at them as human beings, and that's what essentially they are. I think most people who who are trying to kind of get into the female psyche are trying to think like as if they think differently, but actually they don't. Essentially it's the same thing. It boils down to human emotions. It boils down to just being human. And I think because he does not think of it differently is why he's absolutely bang on. He doesn't differentiate.
How did you come across Tamanna? Because she says that even in Bahubali, you barely even registered what was happening in the film, or you didn't register her character.
I register her character as Avantika, right? Yes. I remember that. I got a good memory. But you know what the thing is, Bahubali 5 years it happened for the first part.
Yes.
5, 6 years.
7 years.
Yeah, 7 years.
Yeah.
And this was last year we approached.
Yes.
So it has been a long time. And I know obviously Bahubali has been successful, but I loved the film. I mean, I've seen 3 times in the theatre. But when I came, I know she did Bahubali, but then I said, I was not remembering it. at that particular time. But I said, let me treat you like a newcomer. I didn't want to see any of old clips and films and all. I said, I'll treat you like Bubbly, the character. I have this thing, my characters are like that, always think, this is the character. I feel, be it Chandni Bar or in Mumtaz character of Tabu or Kareena Kapoor, Mahi Arora, Priyanka Chopra in fashion, any film I'm talking about, or Raveena Tandon Satta. I just feel that this is the character I want you to be, this is the way you will behave with me, the character which is in the film I'm talking about. Okay, this is the milieu, this is the, and I'll give a lot of briefs to them. This is the way you have to behave, this is the way it has to be. I sometimes act also in show. Aisa kar le tu, thoda aisa kar. Though I'm a very bad actor, but I try to do it, So,
but how do you handpick these actors? Like Tamanna, for example, in a Bubbly bouncer. Why did you say that she's perfect for this film?
You know what? I just saw her pictures, and this is basically, I tell you, I don't want to say only because of actors. This is across. Like whenever I want to cast somebody, I will do like that. I remember in page 3, there was the casting director got 3 guys in front of me. There was a role of an informer, police informer, and they got me just ye ladke log hai, just choose sir, ab kaun sa lena. I didn't like any of one of them, and I suddenly saw one trolley man who was trolley pe dhakka nahi deta hai, that guy. So he was there. I said, isko bana tu khabri, the informer. So, and that guy ko to डर गया, वो भाग गया 2 मिनट के लिए, बोलता मेरे को नहीं करना है.
Would have been in shock.
He was shocked.
What just happened?
Then I told him, I said, तू करेगा, तू कर. And I got him the get up, and my assistant said, क्या कर रहे हो सर आप, इसको क्यों बना रहे हो, तो ट्रॉली पे धक्का मारता है, he doesn't know, he's shivering. I said, so I made him stand and made him do. And he was so good in the film with Atul Kulkarni is giving information. 3 scenes were there. And he did so well and became famous after page 3. And he came once, he got me sweets. He said, "Sab meri hai, main fan ho gaya mere saath." So he was a trolley guy. So I'm like that, so I never differentiate. When I made traffic signal, I got the people from the street, the transgender, the people over there who's doing this selling, no traffic signal, beggars, real beggars, and made them act. I said, tum log karo ye bolke. So this is, I don't know, I have this flair of getting performances for anybody.
Can I get a trolley and just quietly walk by now? Then get picked for a film.
Absolutely.
But as far as Bubbly Bouncer is concerned for you, Tamanna, and considering, Madhur sir's legacy of films, right, and what he's done for women actors in this country, how one film of his perhaps transforms their career itself. So was there a lot of pressure also, knowing that this kind of a film is coming to you, you have to live up to the expectations, and you play someone who has a very strong Haryanvi accent also?
Yeah. No, definitely there was the pressure and also the responsibility, because and also because I have such a strong fan base in the southern part of our country, and also people think I'm South Indian, so I had a lot of myths to break at once. But then I used the same technique that I used when I was working down south. I'm not from the south either. I'm from Mumbai. So what I really did is 2 things. One is actually hear the language a lot. So I just spent a lot of time listening to a lot of Haryanvi. And then I also spent some time understanding their culture, because I feel like essentially language is a reflection of somewhat their culture. And if we see Haryanvi people, they are very self-assured, they have a innate sense of humor.
Yeah, but they're very in your face.
Yeah, and they're not, even if they're saying the most harshest thing, it sounds funny. I mean, it just sounds, because it's said with so much of self-assurance, you don't really take offense. So it's a kind of flair that they have, that they can say something really like nasty, but it will not offend you.
And with a straight face.
With a straight face. So I think that was something that I was trying to understand, because also my bhabhi is Haryanvi.
Okay.
So I kind of, I have spent, and she reminds me a lot of how Bubbly is as a person. And I've spent a lot of time with her, and then of course when I met her for the first time, I didn't know I would ever do a Haryanvi character. But I kind of got where the psyche of women who are like this. And then of course came to final execution of the character. That was just the pure warmth that he brought on set and got everyone to kind of do their A game, and we just did it.
Do you think this is going to be like a game changer film for you in your career?
I really hope so, because I've really given it my all.
100% is going to be game changer. I'm telling you, as a filmmaker, this is completely new avatar of Tamanna Bhatia, and she's completely Her journey will be a different game changer post 23 September.
You know, for sure. I think even I was very, very bowled over when I saw the trailer because, like I said, I've seen so many of your films and it's so different from this character that you've played as well. Madhu sir, there's a bit of humor in this particular film as well. Why did you decide that you'd kind of keep this slightly light, at least in some aspects of it, while also sending across a message, a very important social message?
See, I just told that also. Okay, I had 3 subjects with me that time. When this is before the pandemic, there was an action film, larger than life, I wanted to make, which is still there. One was a very hard-hitting subject, women-centric. That is again with me. And there was one subject came to me, Bubbly Bouncer, which was a lighter subject, which we thought was the world was superb, a very fascinating world, the bouncer world. And then I said, lady bouncer hona chahiye. Then I said, let's make the film in a very humorous, you know, very light-hearted comedy. It should be, because then I have 3 different movies in my bouquet of my thing. You know, if any one of the film which I feel ki thoda alag hona chahiye na, that's the reason. And I made Dil To Bachcha Hai, it was a very successful film. So I just felt it, why not make a bouncer world in a comic manner? And then I love the whole aspect of it, you know, rural India and urban Delhi over here, how she comes from there to Delhi and how the dynamics changes for her.
But how did this whole concept come to you? Because it's not something that any of us really think about.
Nobody. Like, you know, these are the things always come to me. Like after they always say, Madhu, jab announce karta, uske baad mein hum log कहते हैं यार हमने क्यों नहीं सोचा इसके बारे में. A lot of people have told me this. Like a lot of people यार हम लोग इतना traffic में बैठते, we never thought we'll make a film on a traffic signal world. So it is like that. I just felt this world is fascinating. And for me, it's very challenging to go into a world which I've never made. That's very interesting. मुझे अच्छा लगता है to interact with people. There's somewhere inside me, I have a journalist streak in me. I have this journalist. I've not been a filmmaker. I would probably be a film journalist.
I hope you join us sometime on India Today. Can do a couple of bulletins for us.
Give me the film expert.
Film expert, I can definitely become.
I'm going to hold you to that also. Tamanna, you know, finally when we wrap this up, overall, as far as your career graph is concerned, I think what we're seeing currently is a lot of migration from Bollywood to the South, right? Because South films are doing so well. Bahubali perhaps is what triggered all of that. You're doing a bit of both, but largely to the South. Which is the industry that you believe is truly thriving? Because there's a lot of talk about this and, you know, perhaps Bollywood not meeting the standard or expectations of the audience like film industries like Tollywood and Collywood are.
I think that's untrue. I think it's also a very phase-related thing. I also feel like in today's time, authenticity will thrive. No specific industry, but I definitely think authenticity will thrive. When we dabble in our own, in Indian stories, whenever we touch upon human emotions, it will cut across languages and industries.
Because, you know, even now, over the Oscar entry, there's this huge demand saying Mr. Rajamouli's film, RRR, should have been the chosen one when it was a Gujarati film. So all of this leads to a lot of talk about whether Tollywood films, Collywood films, Mollywood, all of this seems to have a more connect with a larger national audience now than what was deemed to be once only Bollywood films.
I think the primary base is whenever subjects are rooted, like I think because I've been a part of Southern cinema since the beginning of my career, and I've grown up there actually, if you go to see, I've just seen them doing films that are rooted, films that are about them, films that are Indian stories, that are local stories, that are... So they're not kind of going away from what's authentic to them. So I feel like that's what reaches out to people, because I think more than showcasing, more than trying to externalize this, I think the more Indian we will get and the more rooted we will get, we will naturally be able to reach out to a larger section of the audiences.
Very true. Madhur sir, your words on this finally. Do you believe that, you know, all of this talk about this cancel culture, boycott Bollywood, etc., something that will actually hold you? Someone who's seen a lot in this industry.
See, this cancel culture, definitely it's just dent the, I would say, some amount of box office collection. It does dent. When I've spoken to a lot of distributors and a lot of producers also, very prominent people, and they all said the same thing. Okay, definitely this whole trolling or this kind of boycott thing, it's definitely dent the collection. But then again, it depends on the film how it is, and if the film is good, so definitely picked up and people go watch the film. So And as for films are not doing well, again, like Tamanna said, I'm saying it's a phase. It will definitely come back again and people will start going to theatre. Theatre magic will never fade and never go away. It will be always there, going to the theatres. And film industry and OTT platform will always coexist together. It will be never. I'm being hearing from so many years that films are getting, theatres are getting shut, everything, like, all the time.
You know, pirated series.
Yeah, that's what.
Like that used to be a phase. I don't know if you remember.
Video cassette.
Everything would be out.
I've been a video cassette library boy, and from that time, 1984, people are talking about it.
I think it's like how they say newspapers will die.
Yeah. So still today also morning you need a newspaper.
So
that is there. Something is there. Watching, जैसे किसी ने बिल्कुल एक अच्छे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर ने कहा, बोला खाना कितना भी घर में अच्छा बनाओ तो भी आप रेस्टोरेंट में जाते हो ना खाने के लिए. तो फिल्म भी ऐसा ही है कि आप रेस्टोरेंट में जाओगे खाने के लिए, वहाँ भी लाइन लगती है आजकल, तो रेस्टोरेंट में आपको जगह नहीं मिलती है, इतना पैक्ड होता है कभी-कभी. तो people will go outing है, people will want to watch movies in theatre. ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं होगा. हाँ, ये बात है कि अभी थोड़ा फेज है तो कम होगा.
Okay, so I think it's all about essentially the messaging. If the storyline is great, the audience will go for it. I think that's all I have time for on this broadcast. Thanks so much, Madhur sir and Tamanna for joining us. All the very, very best to you for your film, Bubbly Bouncer. I'm sure you've seen the trailers. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz because of the unique concept of the film. You can catch it very, very soon on Disney Plus Hotstar. Thanks so much for tuning in.
You are watching India Today. Watching India Today.
Roger Federer, arguably the greatest tennis player to walk the earth, played his last competitive match last night, pairing with his long-time rival Rafael Nadal. The ending may not have been perfect as they lost the Laver Cup match in a nail-biting finish, but the result proved to be a mere sideshow. As the match ended, emotions ran high amongst the fans, Federer himself and his all teammates.
And with that, curtains came down on a glorious tennis career that lasted 24 years.
Well, in an era of tennis kings, its founding father says farewell.
As the world saw Roger Federer play professional tennis one final time.
Team World win the point as we say goodbye to Roger Federer, the finest we've ever seen. The end in a beautiful way. We're very lucky.
Emotions were tough to control as grown men couldn't help but let tears roll down their cheeks.
And the tears have started.
The Swiss maestro acknowledged the crowd that gave him a standing ovation as English rock band Coldplay's famous track, I Used to Rule the World, reverberated in the arena.
I told the guys I'm happy, I'm not sad. So feels great to be here. and it feels, and it does feel like a celebration to me. I wanted to feel like this at the end, and it's exactly what I hoped for, so thank you.
Nothing encapsulates the night better than these images of Nadal and Federer holding hands, and later of Nadal sobbing while watching his greatest rival walk into the sunset. Another sporting superstar in Virat Kohli summed it best when he tweeted the picture of Nadal and Federer crying together with the caption, "Who thought rivals can feel like this towards each other? This is the most beautiful sporting picture ever."
It's been an amazing ride. It's been incredible to watch this journey that you've been on. It started as a boy playing tennis. You turned into a junior champion, then a world champion, and then you became a sporting icon. What has that journey been like for you?
It was never supposed to be that way. It's just happy to play tennis and spend time with my friends, really. And it didn't end here, so it's been a perfect journey. I would do it all over again.
With Federer's exit, it truly is the end of an era. And whilst the world will continue to debate who the greatest tennis player of all time is, the fact that Federer was the most graceful will remain undisputed.
Oh yes! A moment of magic.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Hills on the boil over murder most foul. "19-year-old Ankita killed by VVIP Neta's son for saying no to flesh trade at resort." Ex-BJP Neta's son turns killer. Mob fury singes VVIP business crime den. Chief Minister Dhami hits back with bulldozer action. Stunned India seeks justice for Ankita.
That is our top focus this evening. Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. India Today accesses sensational chats between Ankita and her friend. Ankita revealed that she felt insecure. Uttarakhand top cop claims 19-year-old was pressurized to offer special services. Body of 19-year-old Ankita recovered from canal after 6 days. A resort of accused bulldozed. Chief Minister Pulkit Arya assures strict action. Renaming of NTR University row explodes. NTR's son lashes out at Jagan, says NTR is the backbone of Telugu civilization and those barking like dogs are unfaithful. Political war over PCM intensifies. Bommai calls campaign dirty politics, while Karnataka Minister K. Sudhakar claims Bommai targeted because he belongs to the Lingayat community. India's fiery response to Pakistan at the UNGA, says Pakistan shielding terrorists and Pakistan Prime Minister misusing platform to spread false accusations.
It is regrettable that the Prime Minister of Pakistan has chosen the platform of this August Assembly to make false accusations against India. He has done so to obfuscate misdeeds in his own country.
Roger Federer bids a tearful goodbye to his fans at his last match with his friend and rival Rafael Nadal. Nadal and Federer played their last doubles together.
I wouldn't be here, of course. So thanks to my parents, you've been amazing. Thank you. And just everybody.
This is the story of Ankita Bhandari that has shocked the entire nation today. A 19-year-old girl brutally killed by the resort owner where she worked as a receptionist because she did not give in to his demands to engage her into prostitution, to offer special services to guests arriving at the hotel. Ankita, in fact, was killed by 3 of those accused who have now been arrested by the police. She went missing on September 19. It is when the case was filed by her parents, and the accused at that point of time tried to in fact mislead the resort staff as well. Her body was today recovered from a canal, a Chilla canal in Rishikesh, from where her body was recovered today after protests erupted across the state of Uttarakhand, especially in Rishikesh, where in fact locals vandalized the car of the local MLA as well and set fire to a factory behind the resort, and that's when the Chief Minister took action against the resort. He bulldozed the resort, saying it was illegal. Now, Ankita Bhandari, a 19-year-old receptionist who went missing from Rishikesh last week, was found in a canal in the district today. While the family members staged protests demanding the arrest of the accused who have now been arrested, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pulkit Arya has handed over the probe to a special team, a special investigation team that will be now thoroughly probing this foul murder. Here's a report.
The murder of a 19-year-old receptionist in Rishikesh gets murkier. On Saturday, the body of Ankita Bhandari was recovered a week after she went missing in Uttarakhand. Disaster response team recovered Ankita's body from Chilla Canal in Uttarakhand's Rishikesh.
6:30 बजे जब बैराज बंद हुआ, उसके बाद बैक मारता है पानी, तो जब बॉडी यहाँ पे पहुँच जाती है तो बॉडी नीचे जाल में फंस जाती है. तो जाल से निकालने के लिए या तो हम लोग डाइव करते हैं जब पानी कम होता है, और कभी कभी क्या होता है कि वो बैक मारने से ही बॉडी ऊपर निकल जाती है, वहाँ से हट जाती है. तो आज हमारे साथ यही हुआ कि जैसे ही बैक मारा तो बॉडी ऑटोमेटिक ऊपर आ गई.
Ankita went missing on the premises of a private resort owned by now sacked BJP leader's son and main accused Pulkit Arya on September 18th. After Uttarakhand police arrested Pulkit Arya along with 2 resort managers on Friday, the accused confessed that they pushed Ankita into a canal near the resort after a personal dispute following which she drowned. Cops suspect Ankita was refusing a bid to push her into the sex trade.
देखने वाली बात यह है कि फेंकने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी, ये विवेचना का हमारा पार्ट है, और क्या इनका मोटिव था, क्यों इन्होंने इसको धक्का दिया, और क्या और कारण रहे, क्या इन्होंने कोई उसके साथ कोई ऐसी हरकत करने की कोशिश करी जिसका उसने विरोध किया.
Angry locals on Saturday torched the Uttarakhand resort owned by Pulkit Arya in protest. Uttarakhand police demolished Pulkit's resort after Chief Minister Dhami ordered a crackdown on illegal resorts in the state.
So we are right now inside Ankita's room where she used to stay over here, and you can see the environment and the scenes right now. Everything has been vandalized. It was bulldozed. You can see everything has been vandalized and the whole property has been dismantled. The furniture is in shambles right now.
Meanwhile, the BJP has expelled Vinod Arya and Ankit Arya, the father and brother of Pulkit Arya. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Dhami has formed a special investigation team and ordered a strict probe into the matter.
इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है कौन किस फैमिली से है, कहां से ताल्लुक रखता है, कितने लंबे उसके हाथ हैं. ये हमारे जो काम हो रहे हैं, इस पर एक्शन हो रहा है, कार्रवाई हो रही है. इस प्रकार का व्यवहार कोई भी भविष्य में करना तो दूर कोई सोच भी ना पाए. इसलिए इस घटना के लिए जो भी दोषी होंगे उन पर कठोर कार्रवाई होगी.
Meanwhile, India Today accessed what is likely the last audio clip of Ankita before her death.
हेलो मैम करण बोल रहा हूँ, क्या हो गया?
प्लीज मेरे ऊपर ले जा दो दुकानदार.
चल चलो गाड़ी घुमा, चल नीचे नीचे चल, नीचे चल. अरे चलना, आ रहे हैं हम, आ रहे हैं 2 मिनट.
In it, she could be heard sobbing while stating how terrified she was to be in the resort. With Ankit Sharma and Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today has accessed what could possibly have been Ankita's last conversation moments before her death. In this audio, a sobbing, a distraught Ankita can be heard expressing her desire to leave the resort. Listen into this once again, this terrifying ordeal that she faced.
हेलो मैम करण बोल रहा हूँ, क्या हो गया?
प्लीज मेरे ऊपर ले जा दो दुकानदार.
चल चलो गाड़ी घुमा, चल नीचे नीचे चल, नीचे चल. अरे चलना, आ रहे हैं हम, आ रहे हैं 2 मिनट.
My colleague Ankit Sharma is now joining me live from Rishikesh. Ankit has been following the developments in this story. Ankit, any sort of details emerging from that post-mortem which was conducted earlier today? Has the cause of death been established?
Well, it will take some time because the post-mortem was done today. The body was itself recovered by the SDRF and Uttarakhand police today morning. And now after the post-mortem has been concluded, the body has been sent to her home in Pori, where Ankita's parents were waiting for her body to arrive so that they can perform last rites tomorrow morning. We are expecting that the post-mortem report will arrive in 2 days. Follow me.
Okay. Ankit, thank you so much for joining us with those details. Of course, we're waiting for details from that post-mortem report to emerge as to what exactly happened to Ankita Bhandari. In fact, earlier, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami spoke exclusively to India Today regarding the Ankita Bhandari murder case. Listen in. सर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू इंडिया टुडे. पहली बात तो ये पूछेंगे हम सर कि इस वक्त जो आपकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन इस मामले में जारी है वो कहां तक पहुंची है सर?
इन्वेस्टिगेशन लगातार चल रही है. अपराधियों की जिन लोग आरोपी हैं उनकी गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है और ये घटना बहुत दुखद घटना है. हमारी बेटी के साथ, हमारी बहन के साथ इस प्रकार का जो घटना घटी है, ये हमारे पूरे उत्तराखंड में और सभी लोगों के लिए बहुत बड़ा दुख भी है. लोगों में बहुत बड़ा, एक मैं कहूँ कि कष्ट है यहाँ पर. और इसको लेकर जहां कार्रवाई हम लगातार कर रहे हैं, आज बेटी का पार्थिव शरीर भी मिल गया है और पोस्टमार्टम की कार्रवाई चल रही है। और इसमें हमने अभी जहां आरोपियों की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है, इसके साथ ही अभी इसमें और भी कोई पहलू हो, कोई भी इसमें न बचे, उसके लिए पुलिस ने हमने पुलिस की एसआईटी की टीम यहाँ पर पी रेणुका देवी जो हमारी डीआईजी है, उनके नेतृत्व में टीम का गठन कर दिया है और ये सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे। कोई भी अपराधी होगा, कितना भी पहुंच वाला होगा, उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है। उत्तराखंड में इस प्रकार का व्यवहार, इस प्रकार का अपराध कतई भी यहाँ पर टॉलरेबल नहीं है किसी भी कीमत पर। हर अपराधी को इसमें हम सजा देंगे। उत्तराखंड की मातृशक्ति के साथ, हमारी बहनों के साथ, हमारी बेटियों के साथ इस प्रकार का व्यवहार हम कतई सहन नहीं करेंगे, कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। इसलिए हमने तय किया है कि इस घटना की पूरी जांच हो और एसआईटी इसके लिए जांच करे और अंतिम व्यक्ति को, जो भी इसमें शामिल है, कोई भी पहलू हो, उन सभी पहलुओं को देखें।
सर, सवाल ये उठता है, जिस तरह का आक्रोश आप सड़कों पर लोगों का देख रहे हैं, ऋषिकेश में, उत्तराखंड में आप जिस तरह का आक्रोश देख रहे हैं, गुस्सा ये है कि इस कंप्लेंट को जब पहली बार अंकिता के परिजनों ने दर्ज कराने की कोशिश की तो रेवेन्यू पुलिस ने इसको सीरियसली लिया ही नहीं, उनको घंटों बिठाए रखा पुलिस स्टेशन में। उनका कहना है कि उनके साथ जो व्यवहार भी हुआ वो भी सही नहीं था, तो किसी ने उस मिसिंग कंप्लेंट को सीरियसली लिया ही नहीं। सर,
उसका हमने संज्ञान लेते हुए उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई कर दी है और सख्त कार्रवाई की है और भी अभी सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे। और जैसे ही ये मामला पुलिस के पास आया है, रेवेन्यू पुलिस से पुलिस के पास आने के बाद अपराधियों की गिरफ्तारी हो गई है, आरोपियों को जेल भेजा जा चुका है और जो उनके गैर कानूनी वहाँ पर निर्माण थे उसके ध्वस्तीकरण की प्रक्रिया कर दी है। पार्थिव शरीर मिल गया है, उसको पोस्टमार्टम किया जा रहा है और जो भी कार्रवाई है वो सारी कार्रवाई हम कर रहे हैं।
सर, आप
जो भी जिसकी भी गलती होगी उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी। ये किसी भी कीमत पर सहन करने योग्य, बर्दाश्त करने योग्य चीजें नहीं हैं। इसको किसी भी कीमत पर बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा, सहन नहीं किया जाएगा।
लोगों का डर यही है कि क्योंकि पुलकित आर्या एक इन्फ्लुएंशियल फैमिली से आते हैं, उनका एसोसिएशन, उनकी फैमिली का एसोसिएशन भारतीय जनता पार्टी से है, तो शायद उस तरह का एक्शन ना लिया जाए जिस तरह की उम्मीद वो रखते हैं। सर, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे लोगों को?
देखिए, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है कौन किस फैमिली से है, कहाँ से ताल्लुक रखता है, कितने लंबे उसके हाथ हैं। ये हमारे जो काम हो रहे हैं, इस पर एक्शन हो रहा है, कार्रवाई हो रही है, वो इस पर स्पष्ट प्रमाण है कि जैसे ही पता लगा पुलिस ने सबकी गिरफ्तारियां कर दी हैं, उनके ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई कर दी है, हमने एसटीएफ की जांच, एसआईटी की जांच प्रारंभ कर दी है और जो भी कार्रवाई होगी, और पार्टी से उनके निष्कासन की कार्रवाई भी हो गई है, साथ ही में सरकार में जो उनके भाई थे उनको भी यहाँ से हटा दिया है। इसलिए ये कहना और एक रत्ती भर भी इसमें संदेह की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है, क्योंकि ये जघन्य अपराध है हमारी बेटियों के साथ, हमारी बहनों के साथ, मातृशक्ति उत्तराखंड के साथ। इस प्रकार का व्यवहार कोई भी भविष्य में करना तो दूर, कोई सोच भी ना पाए। इसलिए इस घटना के लिए जो भी दोषी होंगे उन पर कठोर कार्रवाई होगी।
आपने कहा है कि वहां पर शायद कुछ गैर कानूनी काम भी हो रहे थे, ध्वस्तीकरण का काम जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। क्या ये थोड़ी लापरवाही की बात नहीं है कि ये सारी चीजें अनफॉर्चुनेटली अंकिता की मौत से पहले सामने नहीं आए थे? सर,
जो भी लापरवाही है उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जा रही है और जहां भी राजस्व पुलिस की कमी है उसको भी जो है निश्चित रूप से उनको उत्तरदायित्व तो फिक्स होगा और उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी।
So there you heard the Uttarakhand Chief Minister saying and assuring the people of the state that strict action will be taken against the accused in this case. Let's take you through the timeline of what exactly happened. On September 18, 19-year-old Ankita goes missing. The missing complaint was lodged by her parents on September 19. On September 23rd, accused Pulkit Arya was arrested along with 2 other accused in this case. It was on September 24th, which is today, that the body was then recovered from the Chilla Canal in Rishikesh. Today itself, the BJP then expelled the accused's father, Vinod Arya, and his brother, Ankit Arya, from the party and from the government. They were associated with both. On September 24, today, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Dhami ordered an SIT probe which will be led by a local DIG. And today itself, the accused's resort was bulldozed, was razed down, because Chief Minister Dhami, as you heard him earlier over there, said that there were illegal activities that were going on and it was an illegal resort. So this is part of the action, the larger action that the government is taking against illegal resorts in the state. Ankit Sharma, my colleague, continues to be live with me from Rishikesh. So an SIT has been formed, Ankit, and the Chief Minister says that they will be taking action against all sorts of illegal resorts in the state. It still begs the question that if there was an illegal resort that had come up on the outskirts of Rishikesh, how did the administration not know about it? A young girl had to die for them to find out?
Well, yeah, that's a big question to ask the government about this, because after Ankita's murder case, suddenly all eyes are open now, and the government is also seeking the corners to take action. The building was immediately bulldozed after the mob reached the site, and they vandalized the area, because obviously a very young girl was murdered who had dreams to become something, and she was the sole bread earner of her family. She had come to Rishikesh to become something, but contradictorily, she died, and she was not. She had never expected that she would die like this, obviously, but. The way people have reacted to this has forced the government to take action against the said illegal property. But the big question is that if this was an illegal property, why the action was not taken earlier? Because, Polemy, these resorts are cropping up near the Ganges, and Ganges is a serene and holy area, and people flock to Rishikesh for spirituality and religion. So being such a sensitive area, these resorts have cropped up, and there are cases of liquor parties, and eve teasing has also been reported, as people told us over there when we were trying to speak to them. So they told us that Pulkit Arya was also not of good character, and he has taken up laws in his hands in the past as well. So the question is, why was action not taken against Pulkit Arya in the past as well?
Absolutely. Those are questions that we will be asking. Why was action not taken against Pulkit Arya earlier if he was known to have taken law into his own hands previously as well? And how does an illegal resort come up under the administration's watch and suddenly they go around bulldozing that resort because the people are out on the streets demanding justice? Ankit, stay on with us. India Today has exclusively accessed Ankita's chat with her friend from a day before she was pushed into the canal. Here's the report.
The murder of 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari is only getting murkier. Why was she killed? Why was she pushed into a canal? India Today has accessed Ankita's WhatsApp chats and conversations that reveal that she may have been killed for not wanting to sell her body. A day before Ankita Bhandari was thrown into a canal in Rishikesh by accused Pulkit Arya, she sent an SOS to her friend in Jammu, and the chats revealed that Ankita was deeply distressed. On September 17th, she texted her friend Deep, telling him how insecure she felt in the resort at which she worked as a receptionist. Ankita mentioned a person named Ankit who hasn't yet been identified, asking her to meet him. She then told her friend that she will not be bought for 10,000 rupees just because she was poor. Was Ankita being pushed into prostitution? Uttarakhand DGP confirmed to India Today that the 19-year-old was being forced to commit immoral acts.
कहीं ना कहीं संबंध टाइप का चीज ही है उसमें, और वो अपने दोस्त को बता रही है चैट में कि मेरे ऊपर एक छोटी सी सैलरी दे करके इस तरह के गलत काम के लिए मेरे ऊपर दबाव बना रहे। तो वो बात स्पष्ट है, उस चैट से स्पष्ट है कि ये कहीं ना कहीं इलीगल रिलेशन बनाने का या प्रयास करवा रहे हैं।
Not only that, a friend of Ankita has told India Today that she was being asked to arrange for other girls too.
रोते ये बोला उसने कि मेरा बैग ले जाओ और इसको तुम बाहर रोड पे रख दो, बस रोड तक ले जाओगे, बस इतना ही कॉल काट के उसने काट दिया कॉल।
What Ankita's WhatsApp chat indicates is that there was something sinister going on at the resort. Police say that apart from BJP leader Pulkit Arya, his brother Ankit could also be involved in this crime.
ये कहीं ना कहीं लड़की पे कोई दबाव था किसी तरह का गलत काम करने का, और उसका दोस्त है अंकित, जो अभी आप बोल रहे थे थोड़ी देर पहले। अंकित, एक अंकित आर्या इसका भाई है, वो अलग है। जो जेल गया है दूसरा अंकित है, जो पुलकित का दोस्त है। तो ये इसके लिए भी कहीं ना कहीं इसने भी गलत हरकत करने की कोशिश की थी, चैट से क्लियर हो रहा है।
As the investigation into Ankita Bhandari's killing intensifies, an outraged and angry nation is demanding that she gets justice. With Arvind Ojha and Ankit Sharma in Rishikesh, Bureau Report, India Today.
In conclusion, these are the big questions that we're asking today. What is the cause of death? Has sexual assault been ruled out? What about the injuries that have been reportedly seen on Ankita's body? Secondly, why was the missing complaint not taken seriously? We do believe a cop has been suspended, but why wasn't the complaint taken seriously on September 19 itself? The third question we're asking today, did the administration hurry in demolishing the resort while the investigation is still underway? It was an illegal property, but why bulldoze it while the investigation is still underway? Much of the crime did happen inside that resort. The fourth question that we're asking, how did the resort come up illegally under the administration's watch? Did a young 19-year-old have to lose her life for them to see the illegality of the property itself? These are the big questions that we're leaving you with this evening. We hope there's justice for Ankita. That's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now. And that was it. After that it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me, with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
I can't count the number of times my teachers have said, you know, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, you know, addressed as his daughter and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha because even without
they
realizing,
actually want to call me Buddha, but
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Non, c'était bien, c'était excitant. Tu voyais que les gens étaient passionnés, ils avaient leur bateau de districts différents, fait que c'était vraiment intéressant. Puis je pense que c'est la première fois depuis 3 ans aussi que ça a lieu. Fait que tu sentais un peu là, les gens qui coursaient, l'émotion puis l'excitation.
Sono a Venezia, prima volta alla regata storica. Di solito la evitavo per timore di assembramenti, folla. Ne valse la pena. Bellissimo, bellissima giornata di sole. Abbiamo fatto video e foto, bellissimo.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has 2 sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
This is India's most buzzing, scrappy and vibrant newsroom. Every piece of news is up for a scrap and for debate. And that's why every single week, a bunch of us anchors and reporters get together to put the big news on the table and kick it around a little bit. And so we thought we'll start this week with what else but who the next Congress president is going to be. Is it going to be an election or is it going to be a selection? If everything goes well, in a few days from now, the Congress party, the country's oldest political party, will have a new president. But the big question is it going to be an election as is being projected within the party, or is it going to be a selection basically by the Gandhis as is being perceived from the outside? Preeti, this is something you've touched upon quite a bit on your shows in the last few days. Where do you stand? What do you think?
You know, what I think is right now, somebody like a wild card, Shashi Tharoor, already, throwing in his hat in. There are knives out already for Shashi Tharoor even before he's filed his nomination. So one thing is very clear, that the selected person by the High Command, which is the Gandhis, has been Ashok Gehlot. And there should be free passage for Ashok Gehlot's nomination. Having said that, and there is merit in what Rahul Gandhi also says, and he said that in Kerala as well, that, okay, fine, you might come at us of, talking about internal party democracy and the lack of it. They're turning around and attacking the BJP because what happened, say, when Rahul Gandhi first refused to be the president, where everybody was pleading with him and saying, you have to be the president, is the BJP held 3 press conferences saying it doesn't matter who the president will be. It's going to be somebody who will be a puppet of the Gandhis.
Does it really hurt anyone to think that whoever is finally going to be selected?
The fact is, not having a Gandhi in the place of the party president is huge. Why do I say it? The G23, what was it all about? There was a coterie, around Rahul Gandhi, who pretty much ran the show because Rahul Gandhi, then mother, being president and all of that, right? Now you'll have somebody entirely new. And this is the working of the party. So that coterie is not going to be running the show.
I don't think it's the BJP they're attacking. I think they're trying to convince their own cadre. I think the Congress within, there are leaders, cadre, ground workers who are not impressed and they want the Gandhis to perhaps take a step back. I think Gandhis need to give way. I would love to see if there is another Neta in the Congress party that can not only keep the party together and take on Modi.
But that's what's happening. Ashok Gehlot is coming.
I think Shashi Tharoor is someone, apart from his global image, so to say, has the southern states rooting for him.
Congress already has the southern states, right? That's their strength. They don't have the north. That's their problem.
So why not bring in Shashi Tharoor, someone like that with a merit, with the oratory skills that he has? Ashok Gehlot does not.
You cannot have an English-speaking president of the Congress which actually has to communicate to the Hindi heartland.
I know they trust Ashok Gehlot implicitly.
Yeah.
Do they trust Shashi Tharoor? And forget about this G23. G23, in my opinion, is like an overhyped and exaggerated kind of formation. Do they trust him?
Do they trust him? Clearly not, because he's not the chosen one. The sheer fact that right now,
there is a chosen one.
But unofficially, he is the chosen one, because it solves, there are 2 birds get killed with 1 stone. Ashok Gehlot moves in as party president. What has been promised allegedly to Sachin Pilot, he gets the chair of the
Gehlot has suggested others.
Gehlot has suggested others, and ultimately it will come down to what Gehlot said, and I'll say it in Hindi, Vidhayak Dal. The Vidhayak Dal, the MLA, that the group of MLAs will actually decide.
But how embarrassing it is for a Congress party. Shashi Tharoor says, I'm ready. Kerala unit says, nahi, nahi. Rajasthan's Ashok Gehlot says, okay, maybe I can become one. Rajasthan's unit said, nahi, nahi, let the Gandhis become. Eventually, what I think is going to happen.
It's a party which cannot function without the Gandhis.
Whether it is Gehlot or whether it is this one, Shashi Tharoor, who comes in, at the end of the day, they're going to be puppets of the Gandhis, right? Because can a Congress be Gandhi Mukh completely? That's the question.
I think it's a little unfair where we keep saying puppets of the Gandhis, puppets of the Gandhis.
Then what is the point of Gehlot getting backing of Gandhis? Gehlot gets the backing of Gandhis.
It's unofficially, no?
It means backing
this is all conjecture.
Right?
It is all conjecture.
But what does it translate to? It means backing of the Congress.
Of course, not backing of the Congress, the High Command, right? Which there is a High Command in every party, whether you like it or not. JP Nadda was put on the post of president without an election, and with what? The hand of the High Command.
My point is simple.
Narendra Modi
BJP is very basic about it.
The BJP is not basic about it. Not basic about it. Listen, this whole dynastic politics and family, the fact that Amrinder Singh joined the BJP along with the son, along with the daughter-in-law, the whole dynastic tag is gone. Let's not get in there. Let's not get in there.
But with this election, the Congress is trying very hard to clear that image, right? Which means that of this Gandhi's control, of this High Command like we spoke. And they clearly not achieving that then.
Of course,
because again we're talking about hand of the High Command.
Okay, now tell me something. The fact is, it's not, I don't think the Congress really needs to be cut any slack. It's dug itself in a hole, and it's earned its space. But having said that, when we keep talking about it, let's say if Rahul Gandhi would have said, I'm party president, we would have had the same debate the other way. You can't have it both ways. They have
this
gone
formula
back.
Works?
Well, no, it's not a formula. So what happened at the Udaipur Chintar Shivar? They came out with 5 rules that they will go by. If it is one party, one post, that is what was echoed as well. You can keep saying that the Congress, Batman, Ashok Gehlot is a wily politician. He's seasoned. He's a mass leader.
Absolutely.
He's earned his space.
Yeah.
You can't keep telling him that he's going to be a puppet, because every man, when you give him power, comes into his own.
And the Gandhis
never had that.
Recognize that.
No, but it's whether they recognize it or not is different, but it's a move forward. forward.
Preeti, the Bharat Jodo Yatra is currently being led by Rahul Gandhi. At what point can we even assume there will be another president and Rahul Gandhi will not be a face of it? It's very
What is the BJP? I'll give you, because I'd like to draw this parallel. Does JP Nadda lead the party electorally? No. JP Nadda is the party president, and you have Narendra Modi who goes into elections.
Correct.
I would think by this is what the Congress is. The Congress is trying to inculcate a structure which works, which is have a different party president. Separate the posts, separate the party organization from the electoral capacity of the party.
Then Rahul still remains to be the face, correct?
Of course, he remains to be the face.
And then there will be just phenomenal
whether we like it or not.
I personally think that the Congress is too defensive about everything. It shouldn't be so defensive. Whoever becomes the president, whether it is Ashok Gehlot, whether it is somebody else, there will be a large perception that person has the Congress heart on that person's head. So why fight it? Secondly, as far as JP Nadda and BJP is concerned, look, the Congress is kind of falling into that trap of being defensive about inter-party democracy. The BJP is a party that isn't, unlike the Congress, shouting from the rooftops about internal democracy. First of all, they're winning elections. Second of all, they've got a structure where there isn't much internal dissent about the democracy issue. The Congress has those divisions. Therefore, for them to say, look at the BJP, they don't have democracy,
it comes down to only
focus
one
on the
thing.
election.
It comes down to only one thing, in which you got right in the middle, where you said, first of all, they are winning elections. The only reason today internal party democracy in a party like Bharatiya Janata Party is not being questioned is because they are on a roll.
That's it.
They are winning elections.
BJP has had a new president every 3 years for a long time.
I think what will change is the perception, in the long run, is where the party itself is concerned. And then, of course, ultimately, it's a political party. It's their business to win elections. Can they do it with Rahul Gandhi's face is the big question.
That'll rub off on internal party democracy, and the Congress will have a new president in just a few weeks from now. We'll have to see. But that perception that the person is a selected person is not going to go away. And those who believe that, their minds will not be changed. When Indian tech giant Wipro fired 300 of its employees for working secretively for Infosys, it got a lot of people's blood up over this whole thing called moonlighting. And I can tell you, a lot of people got pretty emotional about it, especially here in the newsroom. And that's the reason why we talked about it as well.
A massive debate rages in offices nationwide over that big question over moonlighting. Is it okay to be employed in a organization full-time and be moonlighting on the side, or is this completely unacceptable? That's what we'll talk about on the India Today Democratic Newsroom. I've got some of my sharpest colleagues with us.
I think a second job should be allowed if there's no conflict of interest, if you're not breaching security in any way. I don't see why should that be a problem?
If you are in an organized job where you are on the company's payrolls and you have social security defined differently across countries, then most frameworks do not allow you to take a second job.
That let's say I work Monday to Friday and I've got a pretty steady shift. I'm giving it my 100%, my 120%. And then I have a passion. Let's say I love dancing. I'm so good that I can teach others and I get paid for it. And I do it over the weekends. It doesn't affect my shifts in any way. It doesn't affect my work productivity in any way. I'm not with a competitor either. It has nothing to do with my job.
That's not a job.
But I'm earning from it. So does that count?
There is a management's perspective on this and there is an employee's perspective. The management would want all the resources since they're paying for the employee. The employee may think that I do not have job security, I do not have a pensionable job, and I do not know if I'll have this job at the end of the month. So you don't put all your eggs in one basket. But you signed a contract,
Gaurav, the labor code also does not allow two jobs. If you are on a payroll, it's just one payroll.
I was actually reading some of these guys who are, say, in the tech industry, where they actually talk about they haven't gotten paid for 2 years. Their pay scale has remained practically the same. They haven't got, an increase in their wages. If you look at it in inflation, even if they got a 5% increase, it's still lesser.
You say, I give you 4 hours of time.
Right.
For the rest of my hours, I can do whatever I want. But I will execute this project for you. That's a different kind of contract. If you signed up for full-time employment and signed for an exclusive contract, you can't, then that's cheating.
what if I work for an NGO, for example?
Happy employees who are well paid, and if they're so happy that they're not looking for money, by and large would then go home and chill out with families.
Our contract says that a third party, no way should you be involved with.
What I'm saying, the same contract doesn't bind the CEO or the top rung leadership, right?
But it
same
does.
Organization, those people have 2 jobs.
Does it?
They have a startup floating, but the lower rung of the employees are not allowed.
No, but how can you have a startup?
If for example, that's rampant. I'm sure you agree. We're talking about the concept of moonlighting and the hypocrisy around it.
The concept of moonlighting, actually, the term also emanated in America and it is directly linked to periods of economic distress. I again stress, you take an example. If you're talking about an employer who is a businessman, if he sets up multiple companies and does multiple businesses, does it get covered under this same term? It does not.
Cheating. How is it
Of
cheating?
course it's cheating.
If it's not,
of course. How would an anchor, how would you like your producer to be producing a show in the night on another channel?
For example, Pooja, because
I feel
if an anchor has a good voice and now wants to do a voiceover for somebody else on the side.
That sounds a better example.
But your voice and your talent and your IPR belongs to the organization that you've signed up with.
But you
can't outsource your voice on the side and make money out of it.
It's a little utopian to subscribe to the ethics that we're looking at. Yes, it's cheating. Yes, it's wrong. But in the current code of context, where you have so many young people who are grossly underpaid, it's going to happen anyway.
But there's even Preeti thinks she's underpaid. Everyone here thinks he's underpaid.
No, if you guys well paid.
I don't think he's well paid. Over here on record, he'll say, no, I'm very poorly paid. This is not true at all.
Rahul, let's say this for the record. Any person who is employed in any capacity in India's IT industry is more fortunate than 95% other people.
That's subjective.
Of course,
it's your greed ultimately. It's subjective based on your greed. If I feel I'm underpaid, I probably
it's not greed. It's perspective. None of which is true. Siddharth is saying it's not
true. Maybe it's true.
But I'm saying that everybody feels like
Rahul, this story was broken by Business Today. Allow me to brag a bit, Rahul. The fact is that a lot of people utilize this culture of जब इंडिया सोता है तो अमेरिका जागता है and did 2 jobs. That's where it is emanated from. It cannot happen in the sarkari system.
Our sarkari babus are amongst the best paid in the world, and the kind of resources that they have, their salary, their medical, their pensions. The government sector is better paid than the private sector.
But separate debate. But just to complete that point, there are people who drive a Ola and also do a small factory shift. But they are contractual. I keep repeating, it's a difference between regular employment and contract.
I think it comes down to one thing, that we all need to read our contract very carefully, which I think most Indians don't do.
The moment you say contract, you're not allowed.
I'm going back and reading what's on it.
There could be a solution here potentially, which is that as time goes on, employers and employees and talent and organizations have open conversations and they define the terms of that
because
contract.
There's a lack of clarity.
Which is not a generic applicable to all contract, but you sign up, whether it's in terms of man hours or in terms of key performance indicators and deliverables, that this is what I will do for you. And outside of this, I am free to take up XYZ. Which again is known to the employer and they know.
It's not competition if you're not with a competitive company or any of that.
It should be allowed.
It should be allowed.
Do you do these dance classes?
No, I don't.
You could do anything.
But that's not employment. Suppose you paint, let's say you paint. Or you cook and you sell that food and you earn something out of it.
Exactly, or play in a band or any of that.
It's not employment, it's not salary income.
You have
Even in your tax return, it will not be filed as salary income, it will be filed as other income.
But we can have a restaurant, so that's fine.
Yes, you are allowed.
Go ahead. But no, one second.
I have no restaurant.
Is the food good?
Preeti is running a restaurant, the point is, how many people are eating at her restaurant because of the fact that she's a great cook, which I don't know, she could be, she never invited us, we don't know. But even if she is, how many people are coming because she's the famous India Today anchor?
How does that matter?
How does it matter? Meaning because your IP is being built using India Today talent and resources and you're making it.
It is not salary income.
Profit is allowed, salary is not allowed.
You work at Wipro, now Tech Mahindra has a certain project, they need your skill set. After your work hours, you sign up to work with them. That is moonlighting. Because you're taking what you've learned working with us. To
comes down to being a competitor. You can't work with a competitor.
Nabila,
that's it.
there is, the company has a brand of itself and it contributes to your personal brand in all professions. So you have doctors who are star doctors. They are on the panel of a top-notch hospital. They go there. They also are visiting specialists other places. They have their own clinics.
Clinic,
Number one, perhaps they are not regular employees. Even if they are, that particular hospital has decided we only want to utilize him for 3 hours. There is no conflict.
The better it is for
This
patients.
is an important point that Siddharth is making.
You have organizations will give preference to freelancers if they want something done specially well, right? They'll take a freelancer and get it done from them, pay them extra money and do it, all right? So then what happens, you as a person who is probably great at my craft, I'd want to be a freelancer. Why will I be confined to one job?
In a country where 70% of educated youth do not even find irregular employment, is it fair for them if a regular employee also takes that second job?
No, there are two sides to the coin, but I'm saying, does it not ruin work culture?
No.
Eventually.
My question to you, Nabila, what about those younger aspiring anchors and reporters and journalists who look at us,
हमारा
time कब आएगा? Not only am I doing this job, मैं 2 नौकरियां और खा रहा हूं. Hello, why?
No, but
let them also have a chance.
You're talking about competition. No, I'm not talking about
I am very clear and I am happy to be in the minority.
We figured out this, that Preeti is going to invite us for a meal.
Which I don't know.
Akshita has got dance classes. I'm going to consider sending my child for that. And Nabila is an entrepreneur. We're going to find out what she does outside of this democratic newsroom. Thanks for tuning in.
As most of you know, Hijab was a big news break that India today put out for the first time over New Year, and now it's in court. What you also know is that hijab is not just an Indian headline, it's a global headline now because of what's happening in Iran. So there was no way we weren't going to debate it in the democratic newsroom.
Now, the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in Iran over not wearing the hijab and the subsequent protests in the country. Here in India, it's about choice, about wearing the hijab. What does everyone think about this, Preeti?
I don't believe that in Iran it's about not wearing the hijab. I think it's a protest which is more pro-choice. It's about trying to get somebody to wear a hijab and protest against this. And I'm sure there could be women who want to embrace the hijab of their own volition. That is what the debate is in Iran. The biggest casualty of all of this, with what we've seen in the last 1 year, have been those young girls where education has been taken away. You might want to look at these, you want to modernize people concept. You can't enforce modernization. What has been the casualty is most of these girls who were caught in the middle of the crossfire, who were going to school in hijab, today are not going to school. You've taken away. You have taken away a full year.
The contention for school children.
Their right to education.
The contention for school children is, are they old enough to take a choice? Is it their parents imposing the choice on them?
I think because, for me, burqa, face veil, it's regressive, it's anti-women, should not be justifying it, encouraging it, being politically correct about it. That's, for burqa, I'm very clear about it.
But why? If a woman wants to wear it?
Sure, she can wear it. No, I'm not stopping her. But I believe that because as women, it goes for Hindu parda also. Like, women being told कि आप अपने आप को cover करके रखो because ससुर जी हैं, पिताजी हैं. It's part of culture. A young 5-year-old girl, cover your hair or a man will be aroused? No. Telling a 6-year-old girl you don't show your hair, something will happen to you. You need to tell young Indian girls that you have to kick ass.
But that's the problem, that in India, when we talk about choice and this whole debate that's happening, it's about schools as well and about little children. Where do you draw the line then? And how do you define that, and say that this is choice, this isn't?
In this case, I think the whole issue came from uniform, which was not there in that school. And then for girls to say we'll suddenly start wearing it had to become an issue.
Wearing it from earlier. That's
These girls were not wearing it.
These girls were wearing it.
One second, Nabila covered this. Nabila, you covered this in Karnataka. Yeah. What do you think?
My whole deal, I think the debate has come down to whether hijab is regressive or not. So if we have to compare this with what's happening in Iran, I think it's a very wrong comparison because in Iran, hijab is enforced. Yeah. Thankfully, and I feel proud to be an Indian because I'm in a secular country where I have the choice of freedom. I have the choice to wear a hijab or not to wear the hijab. Now, when it comes to debate on India and how hijab should be worn inside educational institutions or not, uniformity, well, if there has been uniformity in educational institutions for long now, and that's been the cultural practice, and then girls are coming out to say, no, I still want to wear the hijab inside, that's wrong. You got to follow the uniformity rule.
The difference between Iran and India is the woman got killed, arrested, murdered in custody for not wearing a hijab properly. That's not the situation in India. We're a democracy. I don't like them, I'll tell them. She wants to wear it, she has every right. She's not going to be arrested. She's not going to be killed for wearing a hijab.
You've taken away right to education of these young girls who are in school.
Not letting them enter classes?
Yes,
because of it. You're not letting them study because of it. Is that so important an issue that you won't let them study?
True.
An entire year has been wasted, and this is the argument. You know, this is the misinformation as far as this entire case is concerned. This is the argument that is being put forth, that up until 2021, these girls were not wearing the headscarf. Suddenly, they decided to start wearing the hijab and coming into their schools and universities. That's not the case. Are you saying that this is essential religious practice, which was the argument which was made about Article 25 in court in the Karnataka High Court? No, it's not essential religious practice, but it is a matter of choice.
Ultimately, what has happened? You have taken away a fundamental right of these girls to education because you think
so. What do you think should happen?
Schooled
or also, if I can elaborate a little bit, and then if kids come and say, "I want to wear saffron shawls," can you allow that?
One second.
Whether it's a form of protest,
you can't equate saffron shawl to hijab. I'm sorry, that's a very wrong equation. You can't equate a saffron shawl to a hijab.
It's not about equating, it's about choice. Now, if people come and say, "This is my choice to wear saffron shawls," how do you define?
There is a law that very clearly distincts what is an essential religious practice and what's not. Saffron scarf has never been an essential religious practice. Hijab has, according to the Karnataka High Court, has denied it to be an essential religious practice. The matter is in Supreme Court. Let's wait for the hearing to complete there. There are 3 parameters with which essential religious practice is looked at. One is its mention in the religious scriptures, which hijab is very much mentioned in the religious scriptures, except it does not say, one second, it does not say it's compulsion, it says it's recommended. All right. Second, whether this practice has been on since the inception of the religion or not. And third, how entrenched is it within the culture, within the Islamic community? I don't see this equated to a saffron scarf. That's has been a cultural practice.
I think that multiculturalism has to say, that's what we are proud of in India. The fact is, the headscarf for young girls is a message. It's saying something. As women, we can wear whatever we want, but to tell young girls, this is what you must wear because you're a woman.
We to give moral reference points to anyone in this country.
Precisely. To 10-year-old young girls. Why are you making it sound like young girls as young as fire are being told, listen, if you don't wear the hijab, men are going to be aroused? Are you really kidding me? No, it does not happen like that. It's a faith, it's a culture that's been followed for eons. Some Muslim families who are conservative follow it. You can't help it.
I'd like to say something
just like how Hindu families practice wearing toe rings for women. Mangalsutra wearing a
no, but nobody's propagating that. Nobody's propagating
that. Have a debate for that. Do we have a moral standing then? That's my point. Do we have a moral standing?
Yes, a lot of young girls in their class 12th, first year, second year, when you go report out in Uttar Pradesh, you will see will come to college with their faces covered because they are married. It happens, right? Do you tell them? Do you tell? 1 second, give me a minute, Pooja. Give me a minute. Do you go to them and tell them take off your parda?
No, I will.
You will not. No. Therefore, can you tell a 5-year-old
girls are still not allowed to go to the kitchen till date?
So it's wrong, right? You need to fight against it.
Okay, will you take away? While many are talking about Iran and then comparing it to India, there's zero comparison. And we all, while we have our viewpoint stands and have this debate, I think we can all agree that we're pro-choice. And that's what it comes down to. And of course, hand it over to the Supreme Court now to decide on this entire issue.
I think regressive or not, you can't call a piece of cloth regressive. It's basically the mentality behind it that is regressive. And having the choice to freedom, the freedom to choice is actually the most progressive thing ever. To wear it or not to wear. It's your choice.
And you might want to attempt to modernize. You can't enforce people to modernize. Yeah, it's a slow process. It's at a grassroots level. Educate them. Maybe that young girl who at 6 years is irking you because she wears the burqa or the hijab. By the time she gets into college, maybe when she graduates, she wouldn't let her
take it off. Exactly.
It's a process.
Would you agree, Preeti, in let's say the Hindi belt, as we say it, UP, Rajasthan, where parda was such a big thing that it has come down. Why has it come down? It's come down because of awareness. Because
how do you know?
To fight.
Women started to fight how? You didn't start pulling the parda off their faces, right?
Well, I'm sure in some cases,
no, you didn't.
In the family said, don't wear it. The daughter-in-law should not.
Well, how do you get Can you tell the man in the family?
You can't enforce it on them. Exactly.
Yeah, you can't tell the man in the family.
I think we'll all agree you can't have a girl lose her education.
Exactly. And I really want to make one pertinent point what's happened in Karnataka. 17,000 girls opted out of school. Would you expect a girl to shed her inhibitions overnight? That's not fair. And even if many Muslim girls have managed to break stereotypes and attend higher education, even if it is with the hijab, we've got to give them that leeway. Yeah. Who are we to say that it's a regressive practice, get out of it?
Well, I'm going to go and do my show now, but I assure you that every single week there's going to be more than enough for the Democratic Newsroom.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachai. Co-presented by Macho Hint. Fashion bade aaram se.
Welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. The big corporate debate on moonlighting is my top focus on the news track tonight.
Tech companies red flagging moonlighting. Wipro sacks 300 staffers. Big worry in IT industry. Is moonlighting ethical? Should companies make peace with moonlighting? Big focus on News Track.
Can an employee take up a side gig while being a full-time worker at another company? Is this ethical? The sacking of 300 staffers by Wipro for moonlighting for competitors has triggered a massive debate. Wipro chairman Rishad Premji says the employees were fired because they were working for direct competition. So is a side hustle to pursue a passion project okay? What about freelancing? Here is the big debate that's raging through corporate India at the moment.
Mass closures. Homes fine-tuned into office setups. As the global economy sagged, worries of layoffs mounted and in-person supervision diminished. No wonder many employees working remotely shoehorned themselves into a second or even a third job. No hard data on this below-the-radar trend called moonlighting though. But with the pandemic subsiding and the window closing in on work from home, the whip has come cracking on moonlighters, defying company policy. IT services giant Wipro has fired 300 of its employees in recent months, found to be moonlighting for competition.
The reality is that there are people today working for Wipro and working directly for one of our competitors. Right? We've actually discovered 300 people in the last few months who are doing exactly that. To me, it's a complete violation of integrity in its deepest form.
With data security and client confidentiality paramount to their business, several Indian tech companies find side gigs ethically questionable and detriment to the sector.
Moonlighting, it's an ethical issue, right? So we need to inculcate that ethics and being right. And if you make something like this for short-term gains, in the long term, you will lose out.
Service agreements of a number of technology companies are in fact phrased to discourage their staff taking a secondary employment. Aside from employment contracts, some within the industry take a lenient view of moonlighting but press for greater transparency.
As far as I am concerned, somebody meets the productivity and efficiency norms, and if he wants to make an extra buck, as long as he's not committing a fraud and he is not, doing something which is against the values and the ethics of the company, I have no problem. Frankly, I'm going to probably make it a policy that if you want to do it, sure, but be open about it. Share with us.
For some industry stalwarts, juggling multiple full-time jobs at once is wrong. But making an extra buck in spare time isn't really, till it doesn't breach standards.
Rishad is right. If you work for somebody else during the time you are supposed to be working for your company, that is cheating. But if you work in your free time outside and there are no conditionalities in your employment contract, it's not cheating.
The double lives of white-collar workers, a headache for employers, or a new norm in the digitized world. The jury is still out. Bureau Report, India Today.
So should moonlighting be thought of as a crime, something completely illegal, immoral, unethical? Or do companies like Wipro need to take a bit of a chill pill, rework their HR policies so that they evolve with the time? To talk about that one debate that's raging in offices across the country, I'm joined on the news track by a very distinguished panel. Let me introduce first Dr. N.S. Rajan, former Group Chief Human Resources Officer at Tata Sons. He's been CEO of the IDFC Foundation, has been Global Leader, People Advisory at Ernst & Young. Dr. Rajan, welcome. With us is Prabir Jha. He's been the former president, global chief people officer at Cipla, former president, group human resource officer at Reliance. Rituparna Chakrabarti joins us, co-founder, executive vice president at Teamly Services. They really see what's happening in the job market. Varsha Kriplani is with us, partner at SNG and Partners. So we've got a panel that's looked at HR practices very, very closely, is tracking this huge debate sparked by Rishad Premji, chairman at Wipro, on the question of moonlighting, where everyone seems to have a very strong opinion, and oftentimes the opinion of young employees is very different from that of their managements. So let me dive straight into it, and I'll go across to NS Rajan. First, Dr. Rajan, where do you come out on this raging debate over moonlighting? Has Rishad Premji and Wipro, have they overreacted by firing employees, or do you think, given the fact that employees were caught moonlighting for direct competitors, what Wipro did is the right thing to do? It sets a precedent for everyone else to follow.
Thank you, Rahul. Moonlighting is no longer moonlighting. I think it's occupied space day and night. I'm neither for nor against. I'm actually on the side of prudence and moderation when it comes to moonlighting. There are multiple dimensions that we need to bear in mind before we take a position. So there is a nature of employment, there is a nature of role, there's a nature of the contract that you have between employer-employee, and the nature of stakeholders who are involved in the entire game.
Okay, so let's take it one by one. Let's start by what has happened most recently, which is Wipro firing 300 employees for moonlighting for competitors. Do you think that is absolutely the right thing and there is no two ways about it? Or do you think that even there, companies like Wipro and the others need to now take a more lenient view, given the fact that attitudes, especially amongst the younger generation, are clearly changing?
I honestly don't think we have evolved to a point where there is a concrete position that's been taken on moonlighting. So you have two divergent views. On one hand, you have employees saying it is my time, my choice, and my need. On the other hand, you have employers saying, listen, there is a code of conduct, there are employment conditions that clearly articulate what is expected of you, and there are issues concerning productivity, daylighting, access to information, breach of confidentiality. So there are issues on either side. But I think we need to find an effective balance as it stands.
Rituparna Chakrabarti, do you think that companies firing employees who've been caught moonlighting is absolutely the right thing to do? Or do HR departments really just need to dial back a little bit and get with the times?
I think, of course, I'm not probably privy with the actual employment contract, but from what I can hazard a guess on, the employment contracts signed by these employees are tight enough to kind of prevent them from work with competing organizations, working on very similar project or using competing skills essentially, and work with other organizations, because that's the way most of the employment contracts, when you are on direct roles of organizations, are structured. Or even if you're not on direct roles, even if you're on fixed-term contracts, your terms of employment are such, the confidentiality terms are such that, and most importantly, the entitlements that you enjoy. Finally, your principal employer are essentially the ones who are taking care of all your entitlements under labor laws, your social security, your insurance, your accident insurance policy, and so on. So from that perspective, the employer does have the right over knowing and having access to that information in advance about what you're going to do, or if you're going to do similar work with some other organization. So from that perspective, if you were to look at it completely legally, I'm sure Wipro has done their homework before having taken that action. Just to stand alone, just to talk about moonlighting, it's a very, very prevalent concept in developed countries. However, the nature of contract and employment is very different. Essentially, moonlighting operates where an individual is trying to maximize his or her earnings by actually taking up 3 or 4 different kinds of assignment, but each one of them standalone are in the nature of gig work, by the way. These are not really where they have an established or a standalone employer-employee relationship with any of these organizations. And very clearly, all the 5 different potential organizations know it upfront and in advance that this employee is going to be working in different organizations in different job roles.
That's something completely different, and we'll come to that in a moment, where you have very clearly defined key performance indicators. The company knows the number of man hours you've signed up for and the work that you have to deliver and will be measured against. That's a different kind of arrangement. What we're talking about here, Prabhirja, is a situation where you're working for a marquee company like Wipro and you're working for a competitor on the side. Now, you've learned certain skills given your time at that organization. You're using those skills for a direct competitor. Do you then think that what Wipro did was right and there can be no argument about that, before we come into the larger grey areas and how youngsters want to organize their time? So we'll come to that in a moment, but let's just deal with what happened at the moment.
So Rahul, my own take is that any person who has signed on a certain employment contract is bound to comply with them. I suppose, since I do not have seen the employment contracts in this particular case, the contravention of full-time employment of time, effort, focus, let alone bigger so-called crimes of competitor intelligence share or maybe working for competitors, makes it fairly clear that Wipro did the right thing. But having said that, and I'm sure we'll get into a lot more of debate later, I think the concept of a shift from what I call corporate monogamy, where people worked for one company in fact all their lives, to corporate polygamy, where you worked with multiple companies through your career, to what is happening today, what I call, if I borrow again the sociological construct of corporate polyandry, where you are actually in a gig world working with multiple clients and customers at the same time. It all depends on how employer-employee relationships get redefined. Till the moment that that explanation is not clear to both sides, I presume one will have to go by what are extant contractual agreements that was signed off. And if in that case it was 100% time and focus, then I think Wipro was right. But I personally believe the winds of change are very obvious, and maybe as we discuss...
but the employees don't really have a choice. You're talking about polyandry, where you can be working with multiple companies at the same time, giving a certain number of man hours every day, which employees would love if they had the choice. But very often they don't, Prabir. And the reality is they've signed up for one company, but they'd like to do something more on the side. Therefore, do you think it's time that employment contracts are reworked to allow for this new reality, or at least this new aspiration?
Yes, I think there must be an honest dialogue and articulation.
In my mind, Rahul,
and people must have the right to then...
Go on, Prabir.
Should I finish or... Okay, I'll just finish my thought. So as long as it is re-articulated, reshared, individuals will have a right to either accept the revised terms of contract or they will choose to walk away, and that is absolutely fine. But till that is done, they are obliged to conform with extant rules. And I believe progressive companies will have to debate and think whether it makes sense to give flexibility or it does not deserve to be given flexibility, and it will vary by the nature of work, the level at which the person is, and the choice that finally individuals have of accepting or not accepting such a construct. It is a free world.
But Dr. Rajan, you have a situation where an employee is with a big group, say whether it's a Cipla or a Tata Sons, he'd like to continue. But if you're, say, for example, sitting as the Chief Human Resources Officer of Tata Sons, you don't have any particular motivation to want to change the terms of contract. You would like employees to be dedicated to you full time, but your requirement may not be meeting the employee's aspiration.
Absolutely, Rahul. I think there are a couple of things that you have to bear in mind. One is the fact that I'm employed. There are three kinds of nature of employment. You're talking about somebody who can be a full-time employee, somebody who is contractual in nature, but largely working full-time for the enterprise, and there is a gig worker. I think anybody who's getting into an employment contract is very clear on what the terms and conditions specify. Particularly if I take the IT world, I think in almost every contract of all the major IT companies, they clearly indicate that there is a set of code of conduct in terms of ethics and values that the company believes in, and there are very clear delineation on secondary employment and alternate occupation not being kosher. Now, when it is specified in that fashion, in my mind, moonlighting as it stands is not kosher. And to that extent, I mean, leave aside the debate and the language, I think organizations have a right to pull up employees who have actually not adhered to what they have signed up for.
No, but when an organization is trying to keep a tab on employees to see what they're doing in their downtime, that again is something that employees would find very nauseating. The fact that you've got your HR department or your top management playing big brother and keeping an eye on what you're doing, that also beyond a point can be really irritating and frustrating for the employees.
See, there are two schools of thought there. Now, the very fact that you have a boss, somebody is keeping an eye on you. I think sometimes we stretch the concept a little long because, just take a role, for example. There are three elements in a role that would be of critical importance when we debate this. One is the level of the role, and therefore the impact and the element of expectation on each role at each level. The other is the criticality of that role in terms of what you do, how you do it, and how important it is, because there is a difference between a CEO's work and a chowkidar's work, and the rest of it is a range. The third aspect is the kind of work that you do. How important is it for the organization in terms of confidentiality, in terms of IP, in terms of access to information? So we are talking of dimensions that we need to be mindful of. And I think an organization has its concerns, and they're rightly placed. So till we actually find a balance between what I would believe is employer needs and employee rights, you would have this debate going on. But at this point of time, I believe that if there is separation on account of contractual reasons, I think it's in the right place.
Okay, Varsha Kriplani,
reach that kind of a conclusion.
Do you think that organizations like Wipro are doing the right thing when they take a strong stand? Or do you think that some of these companies really now need to evolve with the times and loosen their policies to allow for employees to do a bit more than restricting them just to a day 9 to 5 kind of job? Varsha, I think your audio is on mute. Could you just unmute yourself, please?
Can you hear me now?
I hear you well.
Okay. So I'm saying as of now, the way the law stands today in India, I think the stand they would have been taken under a sound legal advice, and I'm sure their decisions are within legal parameters. Their employment contract must be having this restrictive governance about dual employment or multiple employment. And I'm sure that they have been terminated in terms of those. However, your second point that whether it needs to be re-explored, yes, moonlighting is it's not an epiphany. It was existing, it is going on, and I think it is here to stay. Maybe in certain sectors or certain industries, but in that scenario, we need to rework our ethics, rework our work mode, redesign our organization, see what level of work can be done, how, like the other gentleman was pointing out, and only then we can say that moonlighting is perfectly legal. As of today, the way the law stands, like I see in Factories Act, there is a prohibition for dual employment. There is a Shops and Establishment Act where, the state rules are also formed in each state, and most of the states are restricting dual employment. So if we go by this, legally speaking, yes, today maybe the stand of Wipro is not incorrect. They have taken a stand under the legal regime which subsists in India today.
Okay, but we'll come into the grey areas in a moment. I want to go across to Harpreet Singh Saluja, President at Nascent Information Technology Employees Senate Knights.
Would you agree with what the HR department and management at Wipro have done, firing 300 employees? Or do you think that companies need to change their thinking to fit the times?
Hi, and first and foremost, thanks for giving this opportunity to share the views of employees, what the employees think. And particularly going back to the history, moonlighting is not a new thing. Infosys Infosys founder Narayan Murthy, he was working with Patni Computer Systems when he founded Infosys. At the same time, if you'll go with startups like Flipkart, then it was founded by Sachin and Binny Bansal. They were working for Amazon. And Freshworks, which last year got listed into NASDAQ, Girish Matra Bhutam, while working for Zoho Corporation, founded the Freshworks Corporation. So, do you feel that the employees currently working in the organizations are doing unethical things if they wish to upgrade their lifestyle, or they want to create another organization like Infosys or Wipro? Is it a crime?
No, but there's a difference. If you're sitting at Wipro wanting to set up a new organization, that one could still concede as a rightful aspiration. If you're sitting at Wipro and working for Infosys or Accenture or anybody else who's in a competitive space, depending on the project that you work on, that is plain wrong, which is what's happened in this instance. It's not as if he's wanting to set up the next Freshworks or Flipkart. It's very different.
That is fine, but do you think dual employment, it is mentioned only in the Factories Act, as per the law is concerned? Apart from that, the Factories Act does not apply to the IT industry. Then, apart from that, the real thing is, dual employment means working for a company for more than 9 hours, as per law. So, if a person is working for Wipro, he is a full-time employee, and the Wipro is submitting the PF of that company for that employee, is it possible for another organization like Infosys or Tech Mahindra or any other organization to submit the PF for the same employee? It is not possible. The system
you don't need to be submitting a PF. You could be working on a contract. You could have a gig job with defined parameters with your rival competitor while you have a full-time job with an organization like Wipro.
No, there are no such jobs in IT industry. Employees are working overtime. They are working for 12 hours, 14 hours without any overtime benefits. So how is it possible for an employee to work for 14 hours for one organization and then go back and work for 9 hours for any other organization?
But you don't need to work for 9 hours for another organization. It can be it can be a job, or it can be a task which involves lesser hours.
Yeah, but that is happening in it is happening with other professionals also, right? If a teacher is teaching at school and he's coming back to the home and giving some kind of tuition, is it a crime? The person can work voluntarily for an NGO as well. He can be a dance instructor as well, or a content creator.
Okay, so you make some interesting points, and that's where this debate gets interesting. There would have been no Flipkart, there would have been no Infosys if Narayan Murthy hadn't done some moonlighting on the side. Prabir Jha, HR executives need to get with the times and make some allowances.
Absolutely, Rahul. So, I just want to again mention that, anything which is contractually void for now needs to be dealt with the termination action that they did. But I think the question that I tend to endorse is the world is changing. And I think the time has come for organizations across sectors to relook their staffing norms. I think this full-time employment, almost treating them as captive labor, that is dead. There are many, many industries which actually use employees 7 days a week, 15 hours a day. It's not going to work. Look at the deeper melee that this issue is raising. The issue is organizations are very low on trust today. Forget all the PR exercise, the challenges we are dealing with, average leadership and average middle managers. There is a breakdown of communication. When organizations are comfortable hiring and firing as business cycles move, people are de-risking themselves. So from a human psychology perspective, moonlighting, apart from acquiring newer skill sets, making sure that you actually are employable even beyond your so-called formal job, these are practical survival, if not future employability of future generative responses. And therefore the question, Rahul, that I think that companies and progressive companies will have to ask, And that's the point I was raising, that they will have to move to a multimodal employment construct, some full-time captive, some flexible, and some completely gig. And as long as the culture morphs to support that, I think we are in for better times. Otherwise, I personally believe it's a choice that both sides make. You either do not or will not get captive employees if you were to insist on a certain parameter, and you will get a certain kind of people who are willing to only work with one company. Finally, the reality of demand and supply and free labor economics will prevail. And at the end of the day, there is no issue of ethics. It is an issue of fair articulation, and both sides then making a choice as to which kind of species.
Which is that a lot of Indian companies especially tend to think of their employees as captive labor. That he somehow, just because he gets a salary at the end of the month, will do what you want him to from the moment he wakes up to the moment he sleeps. They're disrespectful of people after they've gone back home to their family, especially Indian managers, unlike say in Europe and the United States, keep mailing, pinging, WhatsApping on Saturday, Sunday as well. And at some level, the current crop of younger employees are not okay with that.
Rahul, in my mind, I think that could actually be a broader generalization to say that every organization is treating every employee as a labor market. Now, I think somewhere you have the option. If somebody takes a stance that I am available for you only for 8 hours and otherwise I would like to do whatever I want, it raises a lot of complications. One is, are you seeking then a transactional relationship where you don't expect a mutually beneficial relationship, or you don't expect the company to invest in you beyond just giving you a wage? The other aspect that I think which is important is that when we're talking of corporates,
but it is a bit transactional. So one second, it is a bit transactional where business cycles turn sour. So many organizations simply let go of their employees because they didn't have the money to be able to sustain their employment. So therefore, the employee then feels, I must de-risk my presence in this organization because kal ho na ho.
Rahul, may I come in here?
Dr. Rajan first, and I'm just going to go across in a moment to Rituparna.
Yeah, Rahul, again, we are connecting multiple issues and bringing it around moonlighting. The point of not handling employees right, not having an articulated people philosophy, not being able to follow it up through the direction is a larger issue which is not directly connected to moonlighting. I think the issue relating to moonlighting is whether when you are working for a company, can you take the time out and work for instance, a competitor? Now, the only Chinese wall that I know is in China. So there are implicit risks that an organization runs when full-time employment professionals actually are into gig mode. I don't deny the fact that the future of work is evolving. And I think it calls for a time when all the stakeholders, and not just employer-employee, but even law, required to actually come together to evolve a way forward in terms of future work. So I think that distinction is important, Rahul, because sometimes it's very easy to actually rubbish organizations when they're trying to do what they need to do, and all organizations are not the same. So when we're talking about labor, when we're talking about slaves, when we're talking about all of that, the classic example I was giving you was that the whole concept of 8 hours in a day was introduced by Tata Steel even before it became independent, even before it became a law. So there are organizations that understand that well-being of employees is paramount. So there is a distinction.
Okay,
and I think
Varsha Kriplani, to respond to this, you can't treat all employers equally. You can't paint all managements with the same brush. And some of this just sounds very woke, but is factually and in effect plain wrong.
Yes, Rahul, what I feel is that, there has to be in continuance with the legal movement, there has to be some kind of a social movement. But the law also has to evolve. Today, the way as the law stands, Legally speaking, today, if I go to an organization, I have to give my opinion whether there you have done a thing legally or not. I can only opine as the law stands today. Although what we also advise our clients today is that you have to redefine your work ethics, you have to redefine your work organization. But the point is that today the law doesn't stand that way. What the other gentleman was saying, that today if the contract says that you will only work for me, and the employee has accepted that contract, has accepted that offer, and now it's a contract, then you have to abide by it.
Now that's a very important point. I want to put that question to Harpreet Saluja. When someone signs up for a contract, surely the employee must read the terms of the contract that you're signing up to. If you don't like it, you can work elsewhere. If you sign up to it, you must respect it.
True to that point, Rahulji. But one thing over here is the contract of IT employees are governed by the Indian Contract Act, and Section 27 of the Indian Contract Act clearly states that if you are putting a clause in your contract which is prohibiting a person from exercising lawful profession or a job or any kind of trade or business, then to that extent that contract is void. So I had also submitted a petition to Honorable Labour Minister Bhupendra Yadav ji that the clauses that are being mentioned in the IT sector employment letters needs to be reviewed by the government. Is there any control of government over the clauses that are being put in the offer letters? There is no control. At their will, they are putting these kind of clauses, and which are directly exploiting the employees.
No, but while you can go to court or you can go to Bhupendra Yadav in this case, till the time that matter is resolved, you have willingly signed up to that contract. If you don't want an Infosys, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, whichever contract, don't sign it. Do something else. Be a gig worker.
But the law is above Rishabh Premji and above Wipro and the clauses mentioned in the contract letter of the employees. The Indian Constitution in Article 21 provides the right to livelihood. It is envisaged in the right to life. So if a person wants to earn a better living, no company has any kind of right to stop that person at that place.
Respond to that argument that companies are being exploitative by writing out contracts which are way beyond what the law permits.
Section 27, where it says this, it's not saying it in air. When we are saying that you cannot go into another employment, I am already employing you. I'm having a contract with you. You are in a lawful contract and you are in a lawful employment with the employer. And that is where I'm saying that you cannot go into a dual employment with my competitor or however the clause is worded. This is not saying that you cannot work at all. You are working with the current employer, your primary employer, your regular employer, and you are putting a clause in that contract where you say that you cannot work with my competitor. I don't see any.
So ideally you are saying that employee is a bonded labor for 24 hours. If he has signed that contract, that person cannot work anywhere in the personal time. Tomorrow, the company will come and say if somebody is doing household chores, that is also, violating the terms and contracts.
No, but you're stretching the argument so far. No one is saying Jhadu Pocha is working for Wipro or Infosys. If you signed up to Wipro working with Infosys, that's a problem, right?
No.
Every
that is not a problem.
Has so many onerous obligations. Today the employer cannot say that anybody working in the IT sector, you have access to data, to information, to software, to processes, which can be transferred, which can be exchanged, which can be, and how does the organization here deals with that? So all those things also have to be considered. There are privacy laws. You have access. There might be certain other organizations which have the employees have access to so much of private data. And now if they work for two companies, how is one company supposed to be responsible for the privacy law? You have access. You go to another company, you can share that. Not you, and an employee can share that. So I'm just saying from the employer's point of view, today how the law stand is that Section 27 doesn't say that you cannot work at all. You have to either work for me or nothing. It is giving you an employment. It is not saying that you don't work for me also, you don't work. It can come into picture if it says you for henceforth you will not work for anyone.
But that contract restricts the employee and it is for only 9 hours of the workday. It is not beyond that, right? Or is it beyond that also?
I'm sorry, I didn't get you. Can you please repeat?
Now, what I'm saying is the contract between the employer and the employee is for 9 hours a day, or is it beyond that also? So in that private time of that employee, apart from the work time, what he has committed to the organization, if he does something, or if it is a gig job also, is it a crime?
No, but it depends. It depends, Harpreet, on what you are doing. If you are driving an Ola or an Uber, working with Wipro, that's not a problem. If you're working with Wipro and helping out Infosys, that's a very clear problem. I don't know why you don't see that.
And I
Sir, that is not officially possible. Ethically, that is not possible because no company in IT sector provides a contractual level job without submitting a PF.
So you're throwing it back. You're throwing it back at the companies. Whoever the 300 employees were working for, Prabir Jha, he's questioning the HR practices of those competitors of Wipro, saying, how did you give this guy a contract? Did you not know that he was working for Wipro? And if he was, where were your background checks? Which means you too signed up for something that you knew was illegal, Prabir Jha.
Yes, so Rahul, very clearly there is one which is a contractual and we can do hair splitting till the cows come home, right? What the law allows, what the law will evolve to. I think there are process gaps, but from my point of view, anything which was contractually accepted will be valid till it is renegotiated. But I still want to raise a fundamental issue, and it's not a broad swipe. I think it's a huge issue for leadership if companies to stop, pause and reflect that the labor market is evolving and changing. So it's not about doing some post facto decisions on 300 people, etc. Is this going to attract the best of talent? Is this what is going to build the most innovative culture? Is this going to build leadership which is truly human and not humanoid? I think these are fundamental issues which go beyond legal arguments and legal constructs.
No, but when you talk about
that the most progressive employers and the best winners of
No, but when you talk about renegotiation, the bargaining power is loaded with the management and the HR department. Where does the employee, like a regular coder, let's assume it's some hotshot anchor or some talent in a cinema production house, that's different. But if it is just a regular employee, if it's just a regular coder doing a regular job in a big company, he hardly has any negotiating power. If he goes to the HR department and says, renegotiate my contract, will they listen to him? They won't.
But Rahul, that's where the legal regime has to be more
individually.
Prabir.
Individually,
Rahul,
the person is at a
something
discount because you cannot compete against the might of an organization.
Let Prabir go on. This usually happens in a political debate where I guess are speaking over each other, but I see everyone's excited and charged up, which is great. Let Prabir complete and I go across the table. Yes, Prabir, go on.
Yes, so individually you can't take the might of an organization on. There's no debate about that. But I think the more important thing is what is the learning and lesson of this issue. One is to fight it legally, and I'm sure individuals or 300 of them will fight with that organization, and that is for the courts to decide. But I think for me the larger strategic HR takeaway is the winds of change are very clear. You will need to decide what kind of contractual relationships make sense for you as an organization, and for individuals they will also need to decide, do I need all the perks and protection including medical cover and whatever else of an organization and continue to do whatever else that I do, because it is finally an issue of mutual consent and agreement.
That's an important point that you made. The gap is very deep. A proper employment contract has certain benefits in terms. Just 1 second. I want to go across to Rituparna Chakrabarti. She hasn't spoken for a bit. There is gratuity, insurance, and a lot of other services and facilities which you have access to with this kind of contract. And therefore, if it's just man hours for payment, then don't expect all the other services. Employees here expect all the frills that come with being in a proper job, and yet don't want to sign up for and deliver on their end of the bargain.
So I guess I think it's very important to remind ourselves we're talking about the tech sector, the technology sector, which by far has the most progressive employment policies that any employee in the Indian context, and that's why it's a sector that every kid wants to go and join. So And if that sector has a particular expectation of non-compete, especially in work, and given the nature of their work, their codes are everything, is existential for them, and you've signed up on the dotted line to honor it, I don't think this generic corporate bashing is obviously going to get us anywhere. We can discuss whether that flexibility should be made offered to the employees, and we should renegotiate. But we should look at it as marriage. This whole conversation is about marriage, where two people have decided that they're going to be exclusive to each other, and suddenly one person, without informing the other, wants an open relationship. So I think that's the crux of the matter, that this is not about anyone taking away anyone's choices, neither the employers or the employees here. If that's what you want, come to the table, renegotiate, but you cannot have the
aspiration. That's much easier said than done. One second, Ritu Parna, I disagree with your analogy about this being a marriage, because in a marriage, husband and wife are equal. In an employee-employer relationship, employee is not equal to the employer. If a regular coder...
That's a wrong way of looking at it.
You said marriage, so I'm citing that back at you. You called it a marriage. I'm saying it's not a marriage because it's not equal.
Yes, sir. Employment is a contract. Marriage is not a contract. Emotions are connected in the marriage, whereas employer-employee relationship is strictly professional.
It is professional, and also it is equal, by the way. It is not that one side has an upper hand, and I don't think we should get that confused.
No.
What I'm saying is there are employment rights, by the way, as a permanent employee of the organization. For example, your parents who are covered under the group mediclaim policy have an ailment at that point, and that happens, by the way, outside of work.
But Ritu Parna, surely we must accept reality for what it is. A relationship between an employer and an employee is not an equal relationship.
I don't agree with you on that, Rahul. Absolutely not. That it's not an equal relationship.
You think it's an equal relationship?
Rahul, you could say the same for marriage.
I think it's an equal relationship. Otherwise, you're essentially...
Today...
Yeah, Dr. Rajan, go on.
Rahul, yeah, so what I'm saying is there is what is ideal and what is not. Every marriage is not a marriage of equals, you know it. And that's why I'm saying there is a distinction between understanding whether you're a full-time employee or you're a gig employee. When you're a full-time, you're looking at a mutually invested relationship. When you're talking of a gig, then you need to be prepared for a transaction relationship. There is no denying the fact that the future of work is evolving. There is no denying the fact that we require an equitable model of employment, where all stakeholders' interests are protected, where you are able to ensure that on one hand you take care of enterprise objectives, on the other side you protect individual rights. But there's something I want to bring to your notice. If you have read those who have supported the argument saying we would encourage moonlighting and let us go ahead with it, there are caveats in their comments. The caveats include full disclosure. Correct. Full disclosure essentially means it gives me the veto to say yes or no, which is implied. It indicates that you have to follow my ethics and values, which means it's organizational ethics and values. The individual might have a different point of view. It also says no violation as long as there's no violation of IP and access to information.
The employee should
so a lot of these conditions that have been put.
No, but why should he not follow rules? You signed up for those rules.
To what extent? Till 9 hours a day, if he is following the protocols and ethics of the organization, then after 9 hours when he has gone home, does that same ethics and contractual whatever the...
There is a difference. There is a difference between being... honestly, Rahul, there is a difference between a software engineer writing software for a competitor vis-a-vis doing Uber at the evening.
Sure.
I think there is a distinction, and somewhere we're missing the bus there.
I think that's an important point. This debate has so many different layers.
The whole debate really is around why is it an organization...
Go on, complete what you're saying, Dr. Rajan.
Yeah, so I'm saying somewhere you have... So I reiterate what I'm saying. Now, if you're talking about, let's say, an IT enterprise, and the whole concept came into fore because Provident Fund Department had one employee having 2 accounts because he was serving 2 employees. Now, the whole question really is that, is it the same for a software engineer in a software company doing work for a competitor in his spare time, even though it is his time. That is 8 hours he is there at work and then the rest of the time is mine. If you take that position, there is a difference between him actually writing software for a competitor where the possibility of IP gets a little muddy. On the other hand, being an Uber driver. I don't think organizations would have had such an issue if you were actually getting additional income through doing things like running a taxi at the end of the day. The moment you're actually getting into a realm of my impacting the other party's business, then I think the concept of ethics and values between the letter and spirit comes to the fore.
Okay, we've had a very fascinating debate. There are so many shades and layers to this conversation. We've been able to bring some of them out today. This is a debate that I think will continue to unravel in the days and weeks to come, and we'll track this very closely. And I also see a big generational difference. We had this debate in our newsroom in the afternoon, how the older employees versus the younger lot perceive the same question. So there is a question of differing attitudes. How managements and employees see this is also very clearly different, and I completely disagree, and I want to chat with her offline as well, how she thinks a relationship between an employer and an employee is an equal relationship. It most certainly isn't, but for some reason Ritu Panda suggests that it is. But we'll debate that another time. For joining us on this broadcast, Harpreet Singh Saluja for presenting the employee's perspective, Varsha Kriplani for a legal perspective, Prabir Jha, Dr. Rajan, Ritu Panda, fine practitioners of HR practices in our country. Thank you for lighting up this debate on Moonlighting with your sharp insights.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Fun.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You were in a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? To do steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Fun.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs on cars.
Well, you know, cigarette tin आया करता था एक. That's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now.
Yes.
So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer. That motor garage was one place where I could get more time to read and more time to write.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Roger Federer, arguably the greatest tennis player to walk the earth, played his last competitive match last night, pairing with his longtime rival Rafael Nadal. The ending may not have been perfect as they lost the Laver Cup match in a nail-biting finish, but the result proved to be a mere sideshow. As the match ended, emotions ran high amongst the fans, Federer himself and his all teammates.
And with that, curtains came down on a glorious tennis career that lasted 24 years.
Well, in an era of tennis kings, its founding father says farewell.
As the world saw Roger Federer play professional tennis one final time.
Team World win the point as we say goodbye to Roger Federer, the finest we've ever seen.
The end in a beautiful way. We're very lucky.
Emotions were tough to control as grown men couldn't help but let tears roll down their cheeks.
And the tears have started.
The Swiss maestro acknowledged the crowd that gave him a standing ovation as English rock band Coldplay's famous track, "I Used to Rule the World," reverberated in the arena.
I told the guys I'm happy, I'm not sad. So feels great to be here. And it feels, and it does feel like a celebration to me. I wanted to feel like this at the end, and it's exactly what I hoped for, so thank you.
Nothing encapsulates the night better than these images of Nadal and Federer holding hands, and later of Nadal sobbing while watching his greatest rival walk into the sunset. Another sporting superstar in Virat Kohli summed it best when he tweeted the picture of Nadal and Federer crying together with the caption, "Who thought rivals can feel like this towards each other? This is the most beautiful sporting picture ever."
It's been an amazing ride. It's been incredible to watch this journey that you've been on. It started as a boy playing tennis. You turned into a junior champion, then a world champion, and then you became a sporting icon. What has that journey been like for you?
It was never supposed to be that way. It's just happy to play tennis and spend time with my friends, really. And it ended here, so it's been a perfect journey. I would do it all over again.
With Federer's exit, it truly is the end of an era. And whilst the world will continue to debate who the greatest tennis player of all time is, the fact that Federer was the most graceful will remain undisputed.
Oh yes! A moment of magic.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
And that's a wrap of this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs on cars.
Cigarette tin आया करता था एक. That's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now. Yes. So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer. That motor garage was one place where I could get more time to read and more time to write.
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. India Today accesses sensational chats between Ankita and her friend. Ankita revealed that she felt insecure. Uttarakhand top cop claims 19-year-old was pressurized to offer special services. Body of 19-year-old Ankita recovered from Karnataka after 6 days. Resort of accused bulldozed. Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami assures strict action. Renaming of NTR University, row explodes. NTR's son lashes out at Jagan, says NTR is the backbone of Telugu civilization and those barking like dogs are unfaithful. Political war over PCM intensifies. Bommai calls campaign dirty politics, while Karnataka Minister K. Sudhakar claims Bommai targeted because he belongs to the Lingayat community. India's fiery response to Pakistan at UNGA, says Pakistan shielding terrorists and Pakistan Prime Minister misusing the platform to spread false accusations.
It is regrettable that the Prime Minister of Pakistan has chosen the platform of this August Assembly to make false accusations against India. He has done so to obfuscate misdeeds in his own country.
Roger Federer bids a tearful goodbye at his last match with his friend and rival Rafael Nadal. Nadal and Federer played their last doubles together.
I wouldn't be here.
Ankita Bhandari, a 19-year-old receptionist who went missing from Rishikesh last week, was found in a canal in the district today. While family members stage protests demanding justice, Uttarakhand Chief Minister has handed over the probe to a special investigation team. Here's a report.
The murder of a 19-year-old receptionist in Rishikesh gets murkier. On Saturday, the body of Ankita Bhandari was recovered a week after she went missing in Uttarakhand. Disaster response team recovered Ankita's body from Chilla Canal in Uttarakhand's Rishikesh.
6:30 बजे जब बैराज बंद हुआ, उसके बाद बैक मारता है पानी, तो जब बॉडी यहाँ पे पहुँच जाती है तो बॉडी नीचे जाल में फंस जाती है. तो जाल से निकालने के लिए या तो हम लोग डाइव करते हैं जब पानी कम होता है, और कभी-कभी क्या होता है कि वो बैक मारने से ही बॉडी ऊपर निकल जाती है, वहाँ से हट जाती है. तो आज हमारे साथ यही हुआ कि जैसे ही बैक मारा तो बॉडी ऑटोमेटिक ऊपर आ गई.
Ankita went missing on the premises of a private resort owned by now sacked BJP leader's son and main accused Pulkit Arya on September 18th. After Uttarakhand police arrested Pulkit Arya along with 2 resort managers on Friday, the accused confessed that they pushed Ankita into a canal near the resort after a personal dispute, following which she drowned. Cops suspect Ankita was refusing a bid to push her into the sex trade.
देखने वाली बात यह है कि फेंकने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी, ये विवेचना का हमारा पार्ट है, और क्या इनका मोटिव था, क्यों इन्होंने इसको धक्का दिया और क्या और कारण रहे, क्या इन्होंने कोई उसके साथ कोई ऐसी हरकत करने की कोशिश करी जिसका उसने विरोध किया.
Angry locals on Saturday torched the Uttarakhand resort owned by Pulkit Arya in protest. Uttarakhand police demolished Pulkit's resort after Chief Minister Dhami ordered a crackdown on illegal resorts in the state.
So we are right now inside Ankita's room where she used to stay over here, and you can see the environment and the scenes right now. Everything has been vandalized. It was bulldozed. You can see everything has been vandalized and the whole property has been dismantled. The furniture is in shambles right now.
Meanwhile, the BJP has expelled Vinod Arya and Ankit Arya, the father and brother of Pulkit Arya. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Dhami has formed a special investigation team and ordered a strict probe into the matter.
इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है कौन किस फैमिली से है, कहां से ताल्लुक रखता है, कितने लंबे उसके हाथ हैं। ये हमारे जो काम हो रहे हैं, इस पर एक्शन हो रहा है, कार्रवाई हो रही है। इस प्रकार का व्यवहार कोई भी भविष्य में करना तो दूर कोई सोच भी ना पाए, इसलिए इस घटना के लिए जो भी दोषी होंगे उन पर कठोर कार्रवाई होगी।
Meanwhile, India Today accessed what is likely the last audio clip of Ankita before her death.
हेलो मैम, करण बोल रहा हूँ, क्या हो गया?
प्लीज मेरे ऊपर ले जा दो दुकान तक।
चल चलो गाड़ी घुमा, चल नीचे नीचे चल। अरे चलना, आ रहे हैं हम, आ रहे हैं 2 मिनट।
In it, she could be heard sobbing while stating how terrified she was to be in the resort. With Ankit Sharma and Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami spoke exclusively to India Today regarding the Ankita Bhandari murder case. Listen in. सर, सवाल ये उठता है, जिस तरह का आक्रोश आप सड़कों पर लोगों का देख रहे हैं, ऋषिकेश में, उत्तराखंड में आप जिस तरह का आक्रोश देख रहे हैं, गुस्सा ये है कि इस कंप्लेंट को जब पहली बार अंकिता के परिजनों ने दर्ज कराने की कोशिश की तो रेवेन्यू पुलिस ने इसको सीरियसली लिया ही नहीं, उनको घंटों बिठाए रखा पुलिस स्टेशन में। उनका कहना है कि उनके साथ जो व्यवहार भी हुआ वो भी सही नहीं था, तो किसी ने उस मिसिंग कंप्लेंट को सीरियसली लिया ही नहीं। सर,
उसका हमने संज्ञान लेते हुए उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई कर दी है और सख्त कार्रवाई की है, और भी अभी सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे। और जैसे ही ये मामला पुलिस के पास आया है, रेवेन्यू पुलिस से पुलिस के पास आने के बाद अपराधियों की गिरफ्तारी हो गई है, आरोपियों को जेल भेजा जा चुका है, और जो उनके गैर कानूनी वहाँ पर निर्माण थे उसके ध्वस्तीकरण की प्रक्रिया कर दी है। पार्थिव शरीर मिल गया है, उसको पोस्टमार्टम किया जा रहा है, और जो भी कार्रवाई है वो सारी कार्रवाई हम कर रहे हैं।
सर, आप
जो भी जिसकी भी गलती होगी उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी। ये किसी भी कीमत पर सहन करने योग्य, बर्दाश्त करने योग्य चीजें नहीं हैं। इसको किसी भी कीमत पर बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा, सहन नहीं किया जाएगा।
लोगों का डर यही है कि क्योंकि पुलकित आर्या एक इन्फ्लुएंशियल फैमिली से आते हैं, उनका एसोसिएशन, उनकी फैमिली का एसोसिएशन भारतीय जनता पार्टी से है, तो शायद उस तरह का एक्शन ना लिया जाए जिस तरह की उम्मीद वो रखते हैं। सर, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे लोगों को?
देखिए, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है कौन किस फैमिली से है, कहाँ से ताल्लुक रखता है, कितने लंबे उसके हाथ हैं। ये हमारे जो काम हो रहे हैं, इस पर एक्शन हो रहा है, कार्रवाई हो रही है, वो इस पर स्पष्ट प्रमाण है कि जैसे ही पता लगा पुलिस ने सबकी गिरफ्तारियां कर दी हैं, उनके ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई कर दी है, हमने एसटीएफ की जांच, एसआईटी की जांच प्रारंभ कर दी है, और जो भी कार्रवाई होगी, और पार्टी से उनके निष्कासन की कार्रवाई भी हो गई है। साथ ही में सरकार में जो उनके भाई थे उनको भी यहाँ से हटा दिया है। इसलिए ये कहना और एक रत्ती भर भी इसमें संदेह की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है, क्योंकि ये जघन्य अपराध है हमारी बेटियों के साथ, हमारी बहनों के साथ, मातृशक्ति उत्तराखंड के साथ। इस प्रकार का व्यवहार कोई भी भविष्य में करना तो दूर कोई सोच भी ना पाए, इसलिए इस घटना के लिए जो भी दोषी होंगे उन पर कठोर कार्रवाई होगी।
आपने कहा है कि वहां पर शायद कुछ गैर कानूनी काम भी हो रहे थे, ध्वस्तीकरण का काम जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। क्या ये थोड़ी लापरवाही की बात नहीं है कि ये सारी चीजें अनफॉर्चुनेटली अंकिता की मौत से पहले सामने नहीं आए थे? सर,
जो भी लापरवाही है उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जा रही है, और जहां भी राजस्व पुलिस की कमी है उसको भी जो है निश्चित रूप से उनको उत्तरदायित्व फिक्स होगा और उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी।
India Today has exclusively accessed Ankita's chat with her friend from a day before she was pushed into a canal. Here's a report.
murder of 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari is only getting murkier. Why was she killed? Why was she pushed into a canal? India Today has accessed Ankita's WhatsApp chats and conversations that reveal that she may have been killed for not wanting to sell her body. A day before Ankita Bhandari was thrown into a canal in Rishikesh by accused Pulkit Arya, she sent an SOS to her friend in Jammu, and the chats revealed that Ankita was deeply distressed. On September 17th, she texted her friend Deep, telling him how insecure she felt in the resort at which she worked as a receptionist. Ankita mentioned a person named Ankit who hasn't yet been identified, asking her to meet him. She then told her friend that she will not be bought for 10,000 rupees just because she was poor. Was Ankita being pushed into prostitution? Uttarakhand DGP confirmed to India Today that the 19-year-old was being forced to commit immoral acts.
कहीं ना कहीं संबंध टाइप का चीज ही है उसमें, और वो अपने दोस्त को बता रही है चैट में कि मेरे ऊपर एक छोटी सी सैलरी दे करके इस तरह के गलत काम के लिए मेरे ऊपर दबाव बना। तो वो बात स्पष्ट है, उस चैट से स्पष्ट है कि ये कहीं ना कहीं इलीगल रिलेशन बनाने का या प्रयास करवा रहे हैं।
Not only that, a friend of Ankita has told India Today that she was being asked to arrange for other girls too.
रोते ये बोला उसने कि मेरे बैग ले जाओ और इसको तुम बाहर रोड पे रख दो, बस रोड तक ले जाओगे, बस इतना ही कॉल काट के उसने काट दिया कॉल।
What Ankita's WhatsApp chat indicates is that there was something sinister going on at the resort. Police say that apart from BJP leader Pulkit Arya, his brother Ankit could also be involved in this crime.
ये कहीं ना कहीं लड़की पे कोई दबाव था किसी तरह का गलत काम करने का, और उसका दोस्त है अंकित, जो अभी आप बोल रहे थे थोड़ी देर पहले। अंकित, एक अंकित आर्या इसका भाई है, वो अलग है, जो जेल गया है दूसरा अंकित है जो पुलकित का दोस्त है। तो ये इसके लिए भी कहीं ना कहीं इसने भी गलत हरकत करने की कोशिश की थी, चैट से क्लियर हो रहा है।
As the investigation into Ankita Bhandari's killing intensifies, an outraged and angry nation is demanding that she gets justice. With Arvind Ojha and Ankit Sharma in Rishikesh, Bureau Report, India Today.
The war over Congress's viral Pay CM campaign in Karnataka has escalated. Karnataka Medical Education Minister K. Sudhakar has alleged that the Pay CM campaign against Chief Minister Bubbly started because he is from the Lingayat community. Sudhakar has said that the Congress has always targeted chief ministers belonging to the majority communities like the Lingayat community. As part of the campaign, Congress had put up Pay CM posters across Bengaluru with a QR code and Bubbly's photo with the message 40% accepted here, in reference to allegations that contractors have to pay 40% commission to get contracts and for recruitment of assistant professors and junior engineers under the Bubbly government. Under fire, Basavaraj Bubbly has hit back at the Congress, saying they're indulging in dirty politics, calling it a smear campaign against the state government.
ಇದು ಡರ್ಟಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಡರ್ಟಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ವಿಚಾರ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಬೇಕು, ದಾಖಲೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದು ವಿಚಾರ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇದೊಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೈತಿಕತೆಯ ಅಧಿಪತನ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್. ಈ ಥರ ನೈತಿಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೆಸರು ಕೆಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮತ್ತು ಹತಾಶರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ತಯಾರಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಸದನಕ್ಕೂ ಬರೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಜನಪರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಥರ ಧರ್ಟಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಭ್ರಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಅವರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಆಡಳಿತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಕೂಡ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿಯನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಆಡಳಿತ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಬಲ ಲಿಂಗಾಯತ್ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಯಲಿಗೆಳೆಯುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಲಿಂಗಾಯತನೇ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್
ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದೇನೆ. ದೇ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟೀಸ್. ದಿಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಕೆಂಗಲ್ ಹನುಮಂತ ಏನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಮೇಜರ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಯಾರೇ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್.
ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನದಿಂದ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಹಿನ್ನಡೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತೀರಾ?
Now let's take you through some of the other top stories making headlines across the nation. Congress leader Sachin Pilot on Friday met Rajasthan Assembly Speaker C.P. Joshi amid speculations of change of guard in the state as Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot cleared that he will be running for the post of the Congress's national president. Pilot met Joshi in his chamber in the State Assembly where several party MLAs were also present. The Punjab governor has now sought details of the legislative business to be taken up in the assembly session on September 27, drawing a sharp reaction from Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders. This development comes days after governor cancelled a special session approved by the cabinet to pass a confidence motion due to the absence of specific rules. Tension prevailed at Sunburn event at Shamshabad where NSUI activists came out in large numbers protesting against Sunburn event to be held in Telangana. They say Sunburn festival is against Telangana's culture. Police blocked the roads leading to Novotel. Several NSUI activists have been detained by the police. N.R. Narayana Murthy, co-founder of IT giant Infosys, lamented that economic activities in India were stalled and decisions were not being taken by the Manmohan Singh government at the time the Congress-led UPA era was in power. When comparing the current government with the previous UPA government, he said that the country's economy suffered due to delays in taking decisions. Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force, in fact, successfully scaled Mount Domkang 7,250 meters in North Sikkim and opens up an unexplored expedition route to the peak for future expeditions. Two summit teams of top mountaineers of the force scaled the peak on the 22nd and the 23rd of September 2022 respectively. Slipping into a short break, stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
You are watching India Today.
India's scathing reply to Pakistan at the UNGA. India mission to UN First Secretary Mijito Vinito lashed out at the Pakistani Prime Minister and said it is regrettable that Prime Minister Sharif chose the platform of the United Nations to make false accusations against India. Slamming Pakistan on the issue of terrorism, he said that India's neighbour talks about peace but continues to sponsor terrorists by providing shelter to them. India's reaction was in reply to comments made by the Pakistani Prime Minister at the UN UNGA, Pakistan once again launched an anti-India tirade and raked up the Kashmir issue and levelled unsubstantiated charges while claiming that it wants peace with all its neighbours. The comments were made by the Pakistani Prime Minister on the fourth day of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly.
Pakistan needs a stable external environment. We look for peace with all our neighbours, including India. Sustainable peace and stability in South Asia, however, remains contingent upon a just and lasting solution of the Jammu and Kashmir dispute.
Mr. President, it is regrettable that the Prime Minister of Pakistan has chosen the platform of this August Assembly to make false accusations against India. He has done so to obfuscate misdeeds in his own country and to justify actions against India that the world considers unacceptable. A polity that claims it seeks peace with its neighbors would never sponsor cross-border terrorism, nor would it shelter planners of the horrific Mumbai terrorist attack, disclosing their existence only under pressure from the international community. Such a country would not make unjustified and untenable territorial claims against neighbors. It would not covet their lands and seek to illegally integrate them with its own.
Here are the top developments on the crackdown on the Popular Front of India. Explosive revelation by the NIA on the Popular Front of India. The central agency has said that the organization encouraged youth to join the LET, ISIS, Al-Qaeda to establish Islamic rule in India. The 11 PFI leaders who were arrested by the NIA following the raids in Kerala's Kochi have been sent to 7 days NIA custody. BJP leader Kapil Mishra slammed PFI and said that the people who conspire against India will not be spared. After a major crackdown on the Popular Front of India, All India Bar Association has urged the centre to expeditiously ban PFI without any delay and set up special courts to exclusively try PFI-related cases. Time now for our India Today magazine special that focuses on new cancer treatments being explored in India, where in 2020 alone, 8 lakh people died of the disease. Until recently, there were many reasons why those who were diagnosed with cancer treated the news as being akin to a death sentence. But now, cellular interventions and new technologies that our next report talks about will give you every reason to believe that science eventually will triumph over the emperor of maladies with changing treatment strategies. Sneha Mordani and Sonali Acharji with this report.
Long before COVID-19 entered our lexicon, cancer was the big C. In fact, all through the pandemic, cancer continued to kill. In the year 2020, nearly 8 lakh people died of cancer in India, almost 7 times those felled by COVID. Cancer's rising graph in our times resembles that of an epidemic. The numbers through the years tell us why this disease is rightly called the emperor of maladies. It killed 3,82,000 people in India in the year 1990. By 2016, that had more than doubled. Absolute numbers related to the annual increase in disease burden show that the cases have gone up from 5,48,000 in the year 1990 to 1.16 million in the year 2016. Indeed, the numbers seem to start to double at each layer of projection, almost like cancer cells multiplying. By 2025, India will have nearly 30 million cases, or about 2% of our entire population. But science is tightening its grip too. The treatment strategies have moved far beyond aggressive chemotherapies and radiation, also surgery. Immunotherapy and a handful have allied, or parallel advances truly come like light at the end of the tunnel.
Over 2/3 of our cancer patients present to us in advanced stage 3 and 4. Due to advances in the diagnosis, newer molecular testing, and the radiological imaging, and the availability of the newer targeted drugs and the immunotherapy, the cancer patients are getting very good results. Many of our advanced stage cancer patients, they surviving for many years with good quality of life by using these drugs.
Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, chairperson of Biocon, along with famed author and researcher Siddharth Mukherjee, has co-founded Communal, an Indian immunotherapy company that is running CAR T trials in India. CAR T cell therapy is a form of immunotherapy that uses specially altered T cells, a part of the immune system to fight cancer.
I'm very pleased to see that it's not just Communal, but there are many other companies who have also recently jumped into the and I think that's very welcome news. Because India as a country must offer this therapy at an affordable cost. That is the opportunity we have.
Currently, the treatment strategies are chemotherapy, which is a drug-based treatment using chemicals to kill cancerous cells, but have serious side effects. Like, the chemicals affect other cells as well, causing hair loss, insomnia, fatigue, lowered appetite, and body pain. Surgery. If the cancer is isolated in a single area, surgery is often used to entirely remove the tumor and surrounding cells. The challenge is if the cancer is in a sensitive area, like the brain. And radiation or radiotherapy, where a patient is exposed to high doses of radiation to kill cancer cells. The side effects are similar to that of chemotherapy. Treatment protocol is moving from chemotherapy and radiation to gene and cell-based therapy, which not only has far less side effects, but also the potential to completely cure cancer.
Cancer cells have a mechanism to escape the immune system of the body. And the immunotherapy disrupts this immune system to re-trigger your immunity against the cancer cells. How is it given? It is given as a small infusion of about 1 hour. The drug is dissolved in saline and infused over 1 hour. It's a simple daycare admission. Immunotherapy is not meant for everybody. Immunotherapy has shown unprecedented success in a few cancers.
Conventional chemotherapy has various side effects. It is like an artillery shells, which not only kills the cancer cells but also damages normal cells, having a long side effects, where immune checkpoint inhibitors are more precise and they have in general less side effects. Secondly, because immune checkpoint inhibitors also activate a group of immune cells called memory T cells, these cells remember that cancer cells. So sometimes the effect of immune checkpoint inhibitor drugs outlast their actual physical presence.
Meanwhile, India has launched the country's first indigenously developed vaccine against cervical cancer called Cervavac. This is being developed by the Serum Institute of India. It is much more affordable as compared to the other imported vaccines being used in the country right now. With inputs from Sonali Acharji for the India Today magazine, Sneha Mordani in Delhi for India Today.
And that's a wrap of this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get on the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
Tana dir dir dim, tana dim, tana.
tada re da ni tana na dir dir dim tana dim tana takita da takita da takita digina da tikita da dim tana tanum tada re da ni tada ni dim tana tanum tanum tana num tadere na tadere na.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
Co-presented by CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto.
Hello and welcome to the Business Today show. I'm Uday Mukherjee. I've got a special guest for you on the show today, one of the great entrepreneurs of India who turned a family business or broke away from a family business to create what is one of the most enduring FMCG brands the country has seen over the last few decades. The one and only Harsh Mariwala, chairman of Marico, is with me today. Harsh, it's great to see you on the show and wonderful to catch up after such a long time.
Thank you, Uday, and great talking to you after a long time, but always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you. And the first question I want to ask you is, there's so much to talk about with you, but on reflection, how do you assess your own career in the last 4 decades and how it's panned out? I mean, if you were told as a young man that this is how it will pan out, would you say that on reflection you would say, I would take it, the lot that I've had, what I've created over the last few decades?
In short, the answer is yes, but let me delve a little deeper in terms of what I had expected of myself and how it has turned out. So first of all, when I was in college, I'm just a graduate. I have not done anything beyond my BCom, Bachelor of Commerce, and I was forced to join into the family business. I was absolutely clear that I was not going to work for anybody else and I had to run my own business. So from that point of view, full marks, I never worked for anybody else. And I joined the family business at a very young age of 20, and I built this business of consumer products virtually from scratch. So I think that was my first experience in building a business, and it has been very rich because I had to learn everything from the bottom. It was a completely family managed organization. There were no professionals, so nobody to teach me. We were not in consumer products. So I had to start virtually from the bottom. I had to travel into rural areas, appoint distributors, stay with distributors in small towns where there were no hotels. When we appointed an ad agency, the first thing I said, I want to spend 1 week with you in terms of how advertising is created. So I think that experience of learning everything from the bottom has really helped me in terms of understanding how things work at the bottom. And from then on, the business grew, and a lot of issues to do with the family, large family, my father, 3 of my uncles, and then followed by 5 of my cousins in the same company, made it very complex. So how do you untangle yourself in a large family was a big challenge for me, which I took 2 to 3 years. I had to show a lot of patience, but ultimately that also worked out, and that led to formation of Marico in the year 1990, which gave me a fantastic opportunity to build a culture of FMCG company, recruit the right talent, and then over a period of time scale the business. So all in all, I made many mistakes, but it's been very rewarding. I wish I could have, somebody could have taught me how not to make some of the mistakes, but net I don't have any regrets. I think overall I'm feeling good that I was able to start from a scratch and build a company of good repute, and then ultimately pass it on to a professional. So the company has turned from a owner managed company to a strategic investor driven company.
No, you should not have any regrets, Harsh. And I've been reading all of what you said in this wonderful book, Harsh Realities, which I spent the weekend reading, and it's such a wonderfully written book. My compliments to you. But you in that book too, you mentioned this fact that you tried to get into business schools, but you failed to get admission out there. And in the book, you say that it's a blessing in disguise that you did not get in. Why do you say that?
Yeah. You're absolutely right. I tried getting into a business school in India. I wanted to go abroad, but my father said no, and my father was wise enough not to allow me to go abroad, because I would have come back and joined the family business and I would have been very frustrated, because it was a typically family managed business. There were no systems, there were no professionals. So the fact that I had to learn everything from the bottom, I think that really helped me. And if I had come back after doing my MBA, I would have been much more frustrated and not gone through the learning curve which I did because I was not educated in terms of postgraduate MBA qualification. So I think it's worked out well in my favor. I don't know why my father said no. Maybe he thought I'll never come back. Maybe he thought I'll get married to somebody else and stay there. I don't have any idea. But those days we were far more obedient as kids, and I couldn't say no to my father. Then, I mean, if you ask me today, my children, if I say no, they will just rebel and do things which they want to do it on their own. But those days it was very different.
Yet, when you went about setting up the company from scratch, Marico, the company that you immersed yourself in, you actually sought out people with exactly that pedigree, all those IIT, IIM graduates, and you recount all of that in your book one by one. All of them came from the best business schools, and they had very good pedigree in terms of the companies they worked for. So what you did not have yourself, but you sought out in the kind of people that you populated your company with. Why?
So you're absolutely right, because when I started learning things by referring to some of my friends, talking to some consultants, highly, shall I say, qualified individuals who worked in very good organizations, and that experience of interacting with thought leaders, with very good quality professionals really influenced me a lot in my formative years. So I was absolutely clear that if I had to run an FMCG business, I have to have the best quality talent, best quality in terms of qualifications, attitude, and also overall performance. So I think that belief I developed over a period of few years in my formative years in terms of investing in talent, and I think that has played a very important role in the success of Marico. And I always looked at individuals who were better than me, because I was not a functional expert, and I had to recruit the best quality marketing professional, I had to recruit the best quality sales professional, and if they've already worked in this sector, then I mean they will bring their experience and they'll be able to add value. And I think many entrepreneurs think that they know it all, and that has been the biggest, I would say, mistake they make. They don't try to recruit somebody who's better than me themselves. And I had a different viewpoint, that I have to recruit better than what I am in that particular functional area, and that person should be better than me, so that I am able to empower that individual and also delegate to them. I'm not abdicating my responsibility. I'm equally responsible for delegating, but it's easy to empower them because they are far more capable than yourself.
There's an interesting anecdote in your book as well, where Uday Kotak, one of your contemporaries, goes on to say that there are two kinds of companies, as he sees it. One is the king and his subjects, family company with the boss thinks he knows everything. And the other is a value-driven company where basically all decisions are taken keeping the firm's interests in mind, regardless of what the owner thinks. And he puts Marico in the second category, obviously. But when you look at the ecosystem today, candidly, Harsh, do you see more in the first category or the second category, all these large companies, king and his subjects or value-driven?
So I would say if they are family managed in terms of the leadership, I think they are more in the first category. The biggest problem I find amongst entrepreneurs in India is that they think the company belongs to them. If you're running a company which is a public limited company, you may be the majority shareholder, you may be the promoter, you may be the founder, but that doesn't entitle you to call yourself owner, especially when you have diluted your ownership to many other shareholders. It's not right to say that this is my company. And I think that is the starting point. If entrepreneurs say that this is my company, I can't say this Marico is mine. Okay, I have a majority holding, that's fine, but it is not my company. And I think I have to be I have to realize that I have to look at all the stakeholders and even the smallest of shareholders, and I have to look at something which is in the interest of the company and not in the interest of promoters. Unfortunately, I think many promoters think that their interests come first and followed by the interest of the company, which is not right.
You've taken Marico to a certain level, Harsh, but now what is the legacy that you leave behind at Marico? Because the turf has changed quite considerably, as you will recognize yourself better than anyone, that when you were bringing the company up, your challengers you were up against the challenge of giants like Hindustan Unilever or Daburs of the world. But today, there are smaller, nimbler players like, the Nykas, the Mama Earths, the Good Glam groups who are nipping away with smaller products, but they're chipping away at the edge and plugging gaps in the market. Is this a very, very different kind of an FMCG universe that Marico has to contend with today?
So let me go a little bit more into this subject. I think the overall FMCG until a few years back was known as one of the most defensive sectors, in the sense that very little of discontinuity was impacting the sector. But what has happened, what you mentioned just now about emergence of what is known as D2C brands, direct to consumer brands, is a big disruption for FMCG. Some of the entry barriers which existed earlier, entry barriers in terms of distribution, infrastructure creation. In the past, you had to distribute your products into thousands, lakhs of outlets to get a certain scale. You had to advertise on mass media like television or press, and that required big budgets. But now, in case of D2C brands, what has happened is you can do digital marketing. You need not advertising on mass media. You don't need to create a distribution network. You can sell it through e-commerce places. So those entry barriers have vanished, and on top of that, there are many funders who are wanting to fund you. Of course, you need to have a good proposition in terms of demand creation. But we have seen brands like Mamaearth and many, many brands which have emerged in the last few years, mainly because the entry barriers have vanished or reduced. And as far as Marico is concerned, there are two ways of looking at it, or any FMCG. One is to look at those entrants from a threat perception, that they will impact me in my core business. Another is to look at it from an opportunistic lens. So Marico, we have done the second part, which we have viewed this discontinuity from an opportunity angle. And considering that, we have acquired 3 brands which are D2C brands. The first brand we acquired was Beardo, which is in beards or beard related products. Second was Just Herbs, which is in personal care, and we just made an application, healthy foods through True Elements. And on top of that, we also have 2 or 3 of our own D2C brands. The thing is not to have the same mindset to manage the FMCG business as you manage the D2C business. So we have put all these 3 brands plus our own brands at a different location, manned by a different team, much younger in age, and they have to work nimbly like a small outfit. And I think the key thing is, can you scale them up? So Beardo, for example, this year we expect to do 100 crore business, and over a period of next 2 years we expect that the D2C brands of ours would, including this 3 acquisition, would add up to about 500 crores of business.
You know, many of them will have some stumbling blocks, and you speak a lot in your book about failures. And how important has that been in your career, learning from the failures, because there have been many? Could you recount 1 or 2 instances where you failed and where you actually got up and managed to actually learn
I can
a lot
give you
from
many more.
That stumble?
Yeah. Unless you experiment, unless you fail, you not learn. And there are limitations to market research. No amount of market research is going to give you all the answers. And there is no shortcut to actually launching products and testing out amongst the consumers, because market research will not give you all the answers. So it's important for organizations to take that risk and study the reaction, the consumer reaction, not only to the product, but the product, the brand name, the packaging, the pricing, and so on, you know. So having said that, many times, you know, we said that you have to do consumer insight, you have to understand consumer, what they want, and market research has its own set of limitations, and there is no shortcut to actually launching a product or on even on a limited scale, on a prototype basis. And I'll give you one example. About 8 or 10 years back, we identified a good opportunity to go into baked snacks under the brand name Saffola. At that time, there were no baked snacks. We were the first ones to identify that opportunity and launch a product, baked snacks, under the brand Saffola. But the biggest mistake we made was that we thought that it is under the brand name Saffola, so health is very important. So we gave a preference of health over taste. The product was average in terms of taste, but when it went to the consumer, they want a tasty snack. It's an impulsive product. If you're sitting in the afternoon with a cup of tea or a drink in the evening, you want something which is tasty and just not healthy. So the consumer rejected the product, but there was a huge learning for us in that failure, because after a few years we decided to go into Saffola oats. So we launched Saffola oats, plain oats. We got some market share, and then through consumer insighting we realized that Indians like savory breakfast and they don't like sweet breakfast. So can we do what Maggi did to noodles in terms of providing a range of savory oats? And we then profiled the taste for each and every state. We went overboard on taste. For each state, for example, in Tamil Nadu, we had a Pongal masala oats, and some other states where they require much more sweeter or a much more chili version of, or much more hotter version of oats. We designed a product, and that product has been a huge success. We have an 80% market share in that category. We ourselves have created, which is over a period of last 4 or 5 years, has become 300 crore category. But that learning from the failure of our baked snacks, prototype in Bombay market, played a huge role in going overboard on taste when we designed the product for Saffola savory oats. So there is always a silver side to any failure in terms of learning, as long as you analyze what went wrong and apply it later in your some other initiative.
I want to ask you, Harsh, about where you would place Kaya in the scheme of things, because, you know, as Marico goes, a 400 crores market cap after so many years seems to give the impression that it has not quite ended up where you envisaged it would end up. Would you concede that Kaya could have been bigger, better, smarter? Have there been any mistakes along the way there?
In short, the answer is yes. We could have done a better job. We were doing better, and then all of a sudden this pandemic came in. So last 2 years we've had a terrible time in terms of closure of our clinics. But now, come this year, from April onwards, things have bounced back, and the business has improved. It has gone back to our earlier levels, and we have a new CEO. But we have made mistakes. It's a completely different business. It's a very complex business compared to an FMCG business. It's a combination of 3 different businesses: hospitality, retail and healthcare. And you have to find the right balance between these 3. We have made some mistakes in the past, clearly, which has put us back. But to answer your question, could it have been better? The answer is clearly yes. We should have done a much better job, accelerated by the pandemic, which had its own impact on our business, especially in the last 2 years.
Time for a quick break here, but we shall return with Harsh Mariwala after this quick break. Don't go.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
I can't count the number of times my teachers have said, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, addressed as his daughter and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha, because even without
they
realizing,
actually want to call me Buddha, but
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Welcome back. You're watching the Business Today show. I've been in conversation with Harsh Mariwala, chairman of Marico. Now, I want to ask you, Harsh, the other very significant thing that you've done in your career is almost at the peak of it, you said that I'm going to relinquish the CEO's chair and give it off to a professional, which is something which is very rare in family-run or originally family-run businesses. What prompted you to do that, A? And how do you see succession at Marico from here on? Your son is engaged in the business, but is there a time that you can see that Rishabh might be the one who takes over from Saugata?
So good question. I think when I took that step in the year 2014, I had not thought that I will relinquish my responsibility at that particular point of time. At some stage I had to. But it just arose that, at that time, my current CEO, Saugata Gupta, who was working with me for 10 years, he expressed his desire to be in my shoes, and I discussed that with my board at that time. And we have a very active board, very participative board, and the board felt that it was good that we needed a new blood in Marico, because I had steered the company for many, many years. So the board felt that I should give him that opportunity and step down, and it will also pave the way for succession for me. I think the starting point was that my mindset was that the company does not belong to me, and the organization's interest comes first and then my personal interest. So though I was not ready to step down, I stepped down in the interest of the company. Of course, society meant that the children, and these days it's a very hierarchical society, children would inherit me. But at that time, my son was not ready to some extent, and he He was also not that keen to run an operating company. So I took that step. But looking back, it has been a very good step because, I think it has freed me in terms of doing a lot of new things which I had never thought I would be able to do if I was running the company. And I think our role as promoters has changed. Earlier it was a promoter managed company. Now it is more as a strategic investor driven company where we are the biggest investors. So I don't operate the company on day-to-day basis, but I'm aware of what's happening. I have review meetings with the management and the team. I may be spending 2-3 days a month on Marico, but day-to-day operations, nothing comes to me for decision. As far as my son is concerned, he is already running a very successful investment office, which has done exceedingly well, and he has found his calling in that particular area. So I don't think he would like to step into Marico's shoes, but if you ask me what would happen over a period of time, I think I would like to step down as chairman once, not in the immediate future, but over a period of time. And I'm grooming him to be the chairman of Marico. So he would be something like what I'm doing, but not an operational full-time role as a managing director in Marico. But he would take care of the family's interest in terms of a strategic investor.
Finally, Harsh, there's a very interesting chapter in your book called Angels and Predators. It's wonderfully phrased as well. And you talk about the time when, as a young upstart Marico, HUL got very upset and wanted to buy you, and that offer was rebuffed. Today, you may, as your career ends, you might have another situation where these days the big predator on the block in any industry practically is Gautam Adani. And he happens to be a big competitor with Adani Wilmar for Marico. If Adani came to Marico and said, I want to buy that company, would your answer be the same?
Absolutely same. I am very clear that I have created this company from a perpetuity point of view and not to sell the company. Forget about Adani. If I want to sell it, there may be some other buyers also, and there have been many, shall I say, approaches made to me in the past, and I've always said no. So that question of selling out doesn't arise. Number two, I am preparing the company from a long-term point of view in terms of the role of board, what kind of decision the board will take over a period of time. So all the initiatives to drive perpetuity within Marico are being taken today. And if you look at the history of Procter & Gamble or Lever, they started as family-owned companies, but they have survived over a period of time. So I am viewing myself from that kind of a point of view in terms of Marico continuing in future. The fact that we have a 60% shareholding, the promoter, and we are not vulnerable in terms of hostile takeover or somebody buying a stake because you have a minority stake.
Well, Harsh, we'll have to leave it there, but congratulations on a spectacular career and a terrific book as well. And you're a great inspiration to so many entrepreneurs across the country. Wish you all the best for the remainder of your life and what you've done.
Thank you, then. Great talking to you.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Tana dir dir dim, tana dim, tana. Tadare dani tana na dir dir dim tana dim tana takita 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 digina da tirigada dim tana tanum tadare dani tadani dim tana tanum tanum tananum tadere na
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
You are watching India Today.
On the show this week, we're testing whether you can use your iPhone as your only action camera. Does that mean bye-bye GoPro and your gimbals? That's what we're going to tell you on Tech Today. Also, festive season is here. Which wearable should you buy? Which ecosystem should you invest in? All that and a lot more. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi and this is Tech Today. So much is said every year about the iPhone 14 and its camera upgrades. This year, all the way from the iPhone 14 to the Pro Max, which I have on this neat little rig, and I'll tell you why, have newer camera sensors, better low-light photography, improved cinematic mode, but there's a new feature which is called Action Mode. It's a small toggle in the camera app, and you can shoot a lot more stabilized video, smooth, buttery video, if you're running, jogging, on the move. If you go by all the marketing, then Apple would have you believe that you don't need a gimbal anymore to stabilize your videos. We thought the undisputed OG king until this was launched was the GoPro. So we have the GoPro Hero 10 in all its splendor. We use it often on all our EV shoots, our outdoor shoots, and it does a very good job. But then with its computational photography and all the tech in this new age chipset and the top of the line, one of the best video cameras on a smartphone, can it match up to a GoPro? We are going to put both of them through their paces, put me also to my paces and really go for a nice little jog and find out which one comes out on top. So stay tuned. At the end of this, you're going to know which one is the better buy for a travel adventure camera. On the GoPro Hero 10 versus the iPhone 14 Pro Max, I'm going to jog down this, well, massive mountain. Okay, I'm joking. I'm going to jog down this tiny little mound over here and let's see what stabilized video is like. Let's go. I'm trying to keep as steady a hand as possible. And that's how you become a vlogger on the iPhone 14 Pro Max, or if you want, the GoPro Hero 10. Okay, pit stop. One thing worth mentioning though is if you're comparing an iPhone with the GoPro, remember that the GoPros have come a long way. They have this sort of a screen in the front where you can actually tell whether you are in the frame or not. And that becomes very easy. So there's no selfie camera. There's one camera and that is everything. You could use the back screen if you're taking shots of the scenery and your friends during a vlog or an adventure story. With the iPhone 14 Pro Max, so any of the iPhones, while this really cool software tweak with action mode works well, but the minute you put it in the selfie mode, there's no such feature like action mode yet. Maybe with the iPhone 16 and 15, we'll see some of these improvements. But for now, if you want to use action mode, well, you gotta just wing it and make sure that you're in the frame. Well, I'm absolutely stumped by both these devices. Obviously, the GoPro's been doing this for years for adventure, travel, sort of photography and videos, surfers, guys doing this on parachutes, paragliding, skydiving, all that kind of stuff. The GoPro does a fairly decent job. It's important to note that this is an apples and oranges comparison, not an apples to apples comparison, literally, because this is nearly 40,000 rupees. The cheapest iPhone would be double, and then these ones would be maybe triple that amount. But this could be your one device which does it all, which shoots videos, takes great photos, is a great mini computer to have in your pocket, and you'll always have it with you. The GoPro, on the other hand, is meant for enthusiasts, but in terms of pure stabilized video output, this has always done a great job. It gets better every year incrementally. This has grown in leaps and bounds and has gotten better exponentially with action mode. So if you want an all-purpose device, then obviously the iPhone Pro Max series, the 14 Pro Max, is now the new crowned king of video cameras. But of course, if you want a budget adventure device to do all sorts of cool things, the GoPro does a fairly decent job as well.
179, 250, 800, 2,500. I'm not doing mental math. I'm trying to account for all the money that I end up spending on these streaming apps to buy a subscription service, a Netflix, a Hotstar, Spotify. Now, we got a whiff of YouTube experimenting with something similar. If you're not going in for YouTube Premium, then you have to see a bunch of ads. And those ads, a couple of them, seem to be okay. You can also skip them with different hacks and stuff like that. But what if they're going to go to 5 and 10 ads? Then it might become a user interface, user experience problem. So we thought, although this was an experiment and it has concluded, what if all these apps really push us the subscription way? Or are we okay watching so many ads and perhaps sort of paying to view the content that we end up consuming? Akanksha has a special report from Gen Z.
Gen Z is a market everybody wants to crack. They are the major consumers of OTT and streaming platforms. Come, let's see what my other tech geek friends think about this. Do you pay for subscription on YouTube? What about other OTT platforms? What else is the plus point of subscribing for a subscription? Maybe say on YouTube.
I do pay for all my OTT platforms that I use because I don't like ads at all. So I prefer paying for the OTT platform instead of watching the ads due to the reason the interruption of the it's an aura which is made while I'm watching a movie or a match, and then the ad disturbs that aura.
So do you use any subscription services, and if so, do you pay for them?
No, actually I don't use any subscription services, and I don't pay for them. I actually use modded apps for different kinds of services. Like for YouTube I used YouTube Vanced, and for Spotify I used X Manager.
Well, yes, currently I have subscriptions of Spotify and Amazon Prime because I could have chosen mod versions, but since we all know that these mod versions are very harmful for our mobile phones, so that's why I would prefer buying subscription rather than taking mod versions.
So Vikrant here says that he would pay for a subscription because with a subscription he would get access to premium content and the quality of the content is also better. Let's see what others have to say.
No, I'm not paying for any subscription for YouTube or Netflix or else because I can survive with these ads. But when it comes to a live cricket match, I am a huge fan of cricket. That's why I'm watching cricket in Hotstar. Many times I'm not at home, so it's not possible to watch from television. That's why it's easy for me to watch from mobile and laptops. Mainly we are in hostels or we can watch from laptop. That's why I have subscribed for Hotstar.
No, I prefer for free only. I can see ads and there are so many other platforms where I can get all those content for free only and get those things for cracked version also.
No, I will not pay for it because all of the content are freely available for us. Like for YouTube, I mostly use the Brave browser. It cancel out all the incoming ads and it give a very premium quality.
Well, Ayush, it seems like the Gen Z is divided. On one hand, we have people who are ready to pay for subscriptions as long as it gives them access to premium and quality content. And on the other hand, we have people who are ready to endure advertisements as long as it's not burning a hole in their pockets. We also saw a third kind of people who have nifty tricks and hacks up their sleeves which help them bypass the paywalls. Well, OTT platforms and streaming companies, if you're listening, this is what the Gen Z had to say.
Well, usually I tell you it was an action-packed episode at the end of a show at the beginning. But here, before we toss to a commercial break, I can guarantee with all that action from this segment that you're enjoying the show. And if you are, then don't switch any channels, because very soon we're going to be back with an action-packed second half of Tech Today.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Elavadi, and now for the big reveal. I have with me the Apple Watch, the brand new Series 8.
Series 7, boss.
Series 7? Okay, sorry. This is my old one, the one I've been wearing for a while. I have with me, let's do this again, the Apple Watch Series 8. This is the Series 8, I'm very certain about that, but it looks identical to the Series 7, so should you upgrade? That's what we're going to tell you. Not just that, we're also going to tell you whether this is a good first-time buy. What if you have an older Apple Watch? And if you're not an Apple fanboy or not in the Apple ecosystem, then what about this Android flagship, which happens to be the Samsung Galaxy Watch 5 Pro? All of these questions will be answered in this real-world, genuine, honest review on Tech Today.